Strategy and Snark presents Dungeons & Dragons Online. And welcome back. Today we're looking at the Chill of Ravenloft. That is the newest of the large expansions to Dungeons & Dragons Online. This is, when I say expansion, I mean it's one of the very large expansions. It starts out, you have to buy it like on the website. It doesn't even start in the game itself. So if you want to spend the in-game currency points you can earn to buy it, you gotta wait until probably this winter, around probably December, January, thereabouts. That's when they're gonna put that up for points. So for the time being, you have to use money to buy it, but it is new. It's new content. This is going to be the heroic level. This is level 8. The video for the legendary version, level 34-ish, is already up on YouTube. So this is going to be the more explanatory kind of guide through the quests. If you just want to see my first reactions through everything, going through playing it all blind, that's going to be the legendary version. If you're watching this through the playlist, obviously this is not the paladin that we've been playing. The paladin's been max level for a long time now. So I grabbed something as close to level 8 as I had in order to not completely overwhelm all of the enemies. This is a favored soul specializing in arcane archer. I haven't played this character in a long time, and we'll see if I remember how to do anything other than run away and shoot the bow. Still, Chill of Ravenloft. This is taking us to a new area in the Domains of Dread. They are a kind of a subplane, like you have like the Forgotten Realms, which is the normal D&D world, and then there's also Eberron, which, just separate, and Dragonlance, I believe, is another separate one, etc. Domains of Dread are that same idea. They're basically horror world. But instead of all being one world, where you just happen to have Dracula and Frankenstein living in the same neighborhood, they are these little, like, fractured pieces of a world. So it's not like a whole globe unto itself. It's like a chunk of world, and on the edge is the mists. And the mists kind of form this barrier so that people don't realize that there's only so much land before the world ends, because if you go in the mists, you either die, get turned around, or, depending on who you are, you end up in a different spot. So we have seen the mists before, because this is how we went to Barovia, which is where Strahd rules over his section of Ravenloft. So Ravenloft is both kind of the country name and the castle name, but Barovia is the area. That is only one of the Domains of Dread. Lamordia is a different one. Strahd is not there, but it's still the same package of Domains of Dread. Like, I think of them like little continents floating around each other. So we are in House Jurasco. So to start off this pack, we're just going to run straight into the mists. There's no quest giver. You just go, oh look, mist, and you step in. First thing you're going to notice here, the architecture is slightly different. Lamordia, from what I can gather, is... See, here we go. It's kind of like a Victorian England kind of idea. I think technically it's supposed to be based on Germany, but still same time period, right? You got your old looking houses and such. Like you could almost expect to turn the corner and like fight Jack the Ripper kind of thing. Like, this is far more modern than I've seen in DDO so far. As an introductory quest, we're basically just going to be running through this place, kind of like a tour. I'm going to go ahead and summon my little healing hireling. I'm not using my gold seal hirelings right now unless we need to open like a locked door just for the sake of showing you what's behind the door. You never need to be able to open a locked door to beat a quest. Well, let's just jump in. So we're going to talk to Gerda. There's notes, as usual. If you pick up all of the notes and read them, you get some bonus XP. And they're mostly going to be scattered along the main path of the quest. So Gerda here. Gerda's problem is her poor cousin Arvid froze to death, right? And then somebody stole his body, right? So we don't know why yet, but there's body snatchers out here stealing corpses. So being the hero we are, we're not going to stand for that. We're also going to cast our buffs because I remembered we're a spellcaster. You know, resist cold seems like something these people would appreciate. Can I cast resist cold on her? Can we go the extra chaotic good mile? Nope. Alright, so I attack very slow. This character has not seen any action in a while, so this might be a little harder than normal. I haven't actually played a ranged character in a while. So let's put acid resist up, since that's what damage we're taking from them. So, what we're looking for, apparently, is more rats. I could have swore I had, like, more AoE than this. The last time I played a ranged character was before they had the changes to precise shot. So I used to be able to shoot an arrow basically through every single enemy in a path, so something like my paralyzing arrows would paralyze the whole group. But maybe I'm just really out of practice on all of this. Like I said, I grabbed a character that was closer in level. Anyway, about the actual area. What you're going to be looking for is just the path forward. There's not really going to be any sneaky things in here. There's going to be a couple of side paths. Like this room here is obviously a dead end with some extra enemies in it. These are Grimishkas. They are a special little cat-like thing. They, if you've played Baldur's Gate, you may have actually seen these in the monastery. They are, I think they called it allergic to magic. So they will react the more you cast magic around them. In Baldur's Gate, they duplicated themselves. I'm not actually sure what they do here, since I haven't had a spellcaster near them. So that's Katrin the Claw. That is one of the leaders of the Deadmonger, or stupid birds. But yeah, leader of the Body Snatchers, basically. And really, what we're trying to find out is, why are you stealing bodies? You know, and why are we here, right? Because from our point of view, wow, even birds take forever to die. From our point of view, we just walked through the mist, so we were halfway expecting to be in Barovia, right? This is not Barovia. Now, it's a little bit more modern looking, in my opinion. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Pipes. And not steampunk like House Cannith pipes. Well, that's probably not good. Here, puppy, puppy. Oh, that was much better damage. You gotta remember I'm a spellcaster, not actually an archer. But being able to paralyze things at will is nice. How about another flame strike, since you can't dodge? and a note. So, how high is the DC on the secret door here? I have had notoriously bad luck. Let me look at this. Using Q, you can see there's a booby trap and a chest back there, right? You can see that they're there. But this character cannot pick locks. For the sake of demonstration, I will use the Salt Marsh hireling, and I will make him open the door for us. So if you can search right there, you can open this up. There's a couple booby traps on the ground that he can also disable. Or just walk into. Either way, you know, as long as I'm not taking the damage, it's the same. We're going to pick up some crafting materials here. And then this, the bleak conductors. There's going to be a whole set of dour sounding ingredients here. So bleak conductors, some twisted wire, etc. They are for the crafting in this pack. And hopefully we see one of the items so I can just kind of point it out when we get there. So, more deadmongers. They go that way. The way you need to go to finish the quest. It's that way. That way has a couple little optional fights, but nothing integral. So we're just going to follow the guys we've been tailing. Something like grinding on my desk here that's annoying. What's the maximum range on my flame strike, huh? Yeah, that is much better than just trying to plink everything to death. Oh, look, a note. So we're going to learn some names as we go through here. So, this, if you are familiar with the pen and paper versions of this, you're going to see some names that are not always in the same spot, or they're not quite what you remember. Well, I'm thinking about it. This locked door is just a shortcut. We're going to be on the other side of it naturally, just running down the hallway. So one of the things that I found when I was researching Lamordia, because it's a real D&D setting, it's not as well known as Ravenloft, obviously. This area is themed after a different fantasy monster. So not the vampire, but a different one, which will be really obvious when we start seeing it. You know, little hireling, your job is to heal me so I don't have to be bothered. There we go. See, this is the other side of that locked door. So you would have been able to skip all that. I guess not, because that's just the shrine. Fine, you'd be able to skip that. Not a big deal. So, if we compare this to the intro quest of Ravenloft, where it was literally a straight line, at least this one's got some stuff going on. So there we go. So there's Schmidt. Schmidt is the local landlord, and his job is to keep, the place full because they want more rent money. The gang is angry that not only has he not been keeping up the people around, but the gang thinks he's hiding bodies in the shed, and their job is to collect bodies. But why? Why would they want bodies? So we're going to blast our way through these boxes, and we get a little puzzle here. This puzzle's just here to slow you down while they're talking, right? And just like every tile puzzle, we're just going to solve it backwards. Just going to work our way from the dark side over to... Oops. I didn't actually mean to do that. No, and not that way. Fine, we'll go this way. Oh, not that one either. Don't you love it when the puzzle decides not to be simple? I'm probably just overdoing it because I'm talking. Oops, one too many times. There we go. Solved. Door opens. And oh no, an unaware bystander. Right? This poor run, little old lady, run! Turns out she's not a little old lady. She's some kind of weird, like, fleshy thing. So, and if you take the time to actually look at her, because you can look at her pretty closely before you talk to her, she is clearly a flesh golem. A surprisingly well-made flesh golem. Let's see if I can zoom in enough on her while she's moving. Like, she's got, like, the dead eyes. You can see the stitching on her. It's a golem. But why? So now we know... Well, here's the corpse. There we go. We get a little bonus XP for actually confirming the body. Here's our introductory treasure chest. Bleak alternator, that's another one of the crafting ingredients here. And you'll want to exit out this door that says Lamortia. This is going to take you into the wilderness zone. Interesting thing about the wilderness zone. It doesn't technically point you towards where you need to go next. You're just dumped off in the city. Right? Little Archer in the big city. So, what do we know so far? We stepped through the mists, so we have a suspicion that there's something dark and evil like Strahd. People are stealing bodies. And there's flesh golems around. And it's winter, right? So, when you step out here, you're going to want to head to the north. They kind of signpost this by putting the first little scroll here. So you get a little bit of backstory on somebody named Elise. Elise and Victra. Something about a thing in her chest that she wants destroyed. If you continue down the road in the direction that you went to get that scroll, it should take you into the courtyard of the area you actually need to be in for the quests. You see there's some shrines here, there's some guards, and the city hall. So, a much shorter walk than in Barovia. But it doesn't have anybody standing there going literally like, walk that way, go to the inn. You just have to find it. So what you're going to have here is you got a part 1, you got a part 2. We're going to start with part 1. And the quest givers are actually back here. So these ones are the part 1. And those are the part 2 quests. There's also 2 miscellaneous quests that are not part of the storyline. So we're going to do part 1. So, the Chief of Police. He is actually technically the quest giver for the quest we just did. So we're going to get our reward here. We are then going to talk to the Superintendent. So, we're trying to track down the Deadmongers, right? Making sure I'm I'm talking to the right guy, yeah. We want to talk to the Deadmonger. We want to track down the Deadmongers, right? The only clue we have to what's going on so far is somebody stealing bodies. That's what we're dealing with right now. We're going to handle the people who are stealing bodies. As far as I can tell, there is no fast travel in this map. So, in Barovia, you could just talk to the guy and have him take you to the quest. In Lamordia, you have to walk to all the quests. They're not that long of walks. I think the longest one is still very short and doable. But it is something to consider if you're trying to grind these quests out for those materials you're going to need for the crafting. You're going to have to walk to every single quest. Guess we might get some bonus XP just sniping these guys as we run by. So our first quest is going to take us to the... well, second quest. It's going to take us to the graveyard. And they actually say something interesting. He's like, hey, you know, the graveyard's been empty for years. Like, them bodies got snatched a long time ago. So it's weird there's so much activity at the graveyard. Oh, hey, another scroll. Free XP.
Unbreakable heart has gone from my greatest success to my greatest torment. Whenever
All
I try
right.
to replicate it, it's as if some
I was gonna run all these on hard, but I'm not very good at this character. Whatever, we'll go into
I
hard.
must find Elise and reclaim the original heart. Yet the Baron
So, the voiceover from that scroll is talking about an unbreakable heart, and the original one's missing. That's going to be important, but we don't know anything about that yet.
graveyard to find
So, here in the graveyard,
where the body snatchers are sent to congregate.
this took me a second to figure out.
Down the leaders of the Deadmongers.
What it wants you to do is go over to this corner over here. See, there's these dogs. It wants you to fight the dogs. I don't think you actually have to fight the dogs, because that door is open. Wow, we do not do very much damage. See, this is why I usually bring a bunch of hirelings. They can wail on the thing as it's paralyzed. So this is the door you're looking for. I'm going to go down into the crypt. There are some like birds and hidden guys up dotted around here if you want to go look for them and beat them up, but they have no relevance.
Under the ground.
We are going to go down here, and as it turns out, as we turn the corner, as we turn the correct corner, again, I don't remember doing so little damage. That's better.
A network of tunnels connects the basement to the buildings above. No doubt they're intended to make moving goods around the city easier, but it seems the
Okay, the thing I was going to talk about is a little farther in than I thought. Hello, Grimishka. What happens if I blow you up? Well, apparently they're not that allergic to magic. Kill them with magic just fine. This is what I was going to talk about. There are basically refugees down here, right? These are not the gang members. So this place has kind of been so bad off that people are living underground in the sewers, putting up with the Deadmongers because they don't have any other choice, right? They would like you to get rid of them, but they can't do it. And among other things we're going to learn. Optional. You know what? I like this optional. let me show you this. Okay. Gotta get rid of the cats first. So, clearly locked door. So we're going to summon the Saltmarsh Hireling Froggo. He's a level 3 hireling, and he can open doors for a long, long time. Okay? Froggo, and I don't remember what level the heroic were-rat is from Morgrave, but they are both very good. Alright, let's put on some more damaging arrows, because this is going to take a long time. So, there's this green lever, right? You can run in here, you can pull this green lever. It's not clear what it does, because it doesn't open anything over here. I'm just going to leave Froggo behind, because we're probably going to have to unlock another optional door later. Ah! Lag attack. It's super effective. Alright. We're going to dismiss Froggo. This has happened before with Froggo that... I mean, it's not necessarily Froggo, but look, as soon as Froggo is gone... Froggo sometimes only gets to come by to unlock doors, and then away he goes again. Anyway. In here...
You found another large cellar. To your surprise, this one appears to be set up as a tavern.
I don't remember exactly where it is, but as we keep... Okay, fine. I'll just set off a flame strike in the middle of this tavern area, sure, because the rats want to attack me, and only me specifically. Okay, the gangsters, fine. Well, we do a little bit more damage. I wanted to show off where that green... I think this is it. Yeah. So, that green lever that we pulled opens this secret door in a completely different room. Which, I don't have Froggo to... Oh, he's level 18. Oops. I don't have Froggo anymore to unlock the door. Oops. Or the chest. But yeah, there's a secret chest in a completely different room. I thought that was interesting. They kind of rarely do stuff like that. I guess you could potentially... No, because it would... If the wall was closed, you wouldn't be able to see the thing on the ground. They put that green crystal there so you know, oh, that's what the green lever did. Right? Just so you know. But again, that's just your bonus for having search and open lock. That's kind of always the bonus, though. Being able to pick locks means you get more treasure. That's what picking locks was always for, right? So back to the normal quest. Obviously, spiders down that room. This amuses me. The extension cord down the hallway. There is an optional fight down at the end of that hallway. That's part of where they store the bodies, because we're in the actual Deadmonger base now.
You've arrived at what appears to be the main base.
So, they're stealing bodies, but why?
You find a mostly burned
Use main loading dock, alright, so somebody's paying them. Somebody with a loading dock is paying them to get bodies. Why the hell did that go all the way over there? I have to remember that I need to open with my spells and clean up with the bow, because I'm not actually an archer. Alright, that's going much better. Hello, note.
According to this,
Do. So, here's where things go a little wrong. Demand is up, supply is down. If you can't find bodies, make them.
so they turn to a different.
Now you've turned from I'm stealing a resource that people are squeamish about using but aren't ultimately gonna, like... There's an argument to be made about using and recycling bodies, especially given the context of this area, which is, as we'll learn from talking to the various NPCs, it's not wintertime. It's supposed to be spring, nigh on summer. And it's still, like, blizzards constantly. Like, the heat just never came back. So everybody is freezing,
Turns to face you.
and they don't know what's going on. So here is Katrin the Claw. We saw her at the end of the previous quest.
But are you good enough for this? The dying
So,
voice that you gasps out.
got her out of the way.
Take me.
And there is a lever behind this door. One lever, check.
You hear gears grind when the lever is
You
pulled.
can go down there and do some fighting. That's like the spare parts and shit. So there's probably rats and stuff. And then as you leave, there is a chest, which you can see from over here. So there's the chest. That lever will let you out once you're down there. And now we got to go to the other side. I hope you're not terribly surprised that part of this is run one way, hit the lever, run the other way, hit the lever. Oop, more. I thought that guy was a cat the way he was hiding. That dude brought a knife to a gunfight. Yep, good duel. Is this the room with the lever? I'm going with no. So we're just trying to find the second lever and then the path forward. Oops. Hey, I found the lever. And like 3 stealthed guys who died because one of them failed their stealth.
The metal grate slides into the wall.
Alright. So, both levers pulled. The metal grate is open. I gotta remember where the metal grate... I think it's back here. Right? So, I didn't point it out as we came in here, but there was a big closed off gate to one side that we could not go through. So we ran in here to flip the 2 levers. Should be right here. So that's our 2 levers opening the door. That's a lot of dead guys in one spot. I found some corpses for them. Think they'd pay me? It's like, look, I made some corpses. I heard you guys are in the market for those.
Judging by all the guards, you found the Deadmonger's base.
But Sass, where's the playlist of the spellcaster version of DDO? I tell you what, I'm thinking about it, but That's how a lot of spellcaster gameplay is. You walk around the corner, you throw a fireball, everything dies. You walk around the next corner, you throw a fireball. Although I am being a little bit loose with my magic points. I should probably actually rest. A survivor? Never mind.
The Deadmonger leader sneers at you.
Uthred the Pick. I would not want the Pick to be my nickname. It's way close to just everybody just calling you the prick behind your back. Oh, and he has some golems, which are weak to fire. That's good to know.
The Deadmonger leader slumps to the ground. Now, he's just one of the corpses he left. You've defeated the Deadmonger gang, but you've learned enough about this.
The leader's dead, but he had some of these flesh golem guys too, but no means to make them. So he is providing them to someone else who is making them.
Time to investigate where these bodies are being delivered.
Lamordia is interesting. So I started saying this earlier, but Lamordia has two versions. It is both a 5th edition D&D thing, like if you bought, what is it, Van Richten's Guide? Something like that. Like there's bits of Lamordia in there. But it's also older. And the older stuff, while clearly derivative of the monster that it was based on, when they updated it in the newer book, they tweaked a bunch of stuff around. And I don't know if it's for the better or not, because I never played either of these as the actual D&D campaign. Like, I've got no horse in this race, but I know some people were kind of annoyed that they changed some stuff. Alright, so the Deadmongers are pretty much handled. They're going to be fighting over their own new leadership, whatever scraps of them are left. But interestingly, one of the notes you can find while you're in there, the university nearby is one of the delivery points. Right? So we talked to, what are you, the dean? The chancellor of the university. And we're going to go sneak our way into the university to check out what they call the Revivification Institute. Which, if you know what the word means, is very clearly, oh, they're trying to reanimate the dead bodies. Very clearly. Which, again, context. For all these people know, okay, what they know so far is they're locked in an eternal winter. As you talk to, like, the citizens around here, you also learn that, like, the fields can barely grow anything because, like, winter never ended, so it's only a very few of their crops are even possible to grow. They've already strip-mined all the trees for firewood. Like, they're scrambling. They are completely dependent on fishing to feed what's left of the population. But the thing is, it's way too dangerous to go fishing because, like, of the frozen water, etc., right? It's icy, wintry out on the ocean also. That's where the flesh golems come in. So the flesh golems are being used as fishermen. So the regular population knows about the flesh golems. They know them as servitors. They're basically using them the same way that Eberron uses the Warforged. You know, they're just a workforce. And they're probably aware that they're made of old bodies. But if your options are donate grandma's arm or starve to death, right? Most people are very much in the look the other way. And again, it probably would have been fine up to the point that they're killing living people in order to make more of them. Like, that's completely missing the point, right? You've crossed a line now. There's no point in killing living people to make the servitors so that you can help keep the living people alive. Oop. A security system. Bye. It wouldn't let me target him, so we're just going to leave him behind. Juggernaut Servitor. Yep, we're going to just back up. Not a good time for lag. There we go. Can I kill this thing now? There we go. This one is targetable. And then we can move over and shoot the other one. Stupid sci-fi BMOS. Alright, this is one of the fun rooms. This room doesn't really mean anything. In the long... Okay, so we're trying to get into the Revivification Institute. There's kind of two ways to do it. We can go find the key. Or you could go in here and climb into the empty coffin. And the servitors will actually pick you up in the coffin and take you inside. And you might end up in the main lab, or you might end up in, like, the storage room. But it's still, like, fun that that's a thing you can do. Or you can just go find a key. You punch your way through. It still says I'm in combat because these guys are back here trying to target me. It's an awful lot of stealthed things in this room that didn't die to the original explosion. Alright, so we're just going to walk in, and I'll point out one of the... If I remember, I'm going to point out the spots you might come out of the coffin. We're just going to walk, because we killed everybody. So this is another you need to just flip the two levers kind of situation. That guy must have evasion. That would be my guess. So there's a storage room. That's one of the places that you might pop out of the coffin. I don't think that there's a lever in there. I don't see one. So this door up here has a note on it.
This door is locked.
If you want entry, apply for the key. I'll be in the operating theater. Right? So now we got to find the operating theater to beat that guy up and take his key. This should just be a shrine. Yep. So the operating theater and the storage room are the two places you might pop out of the coffin. So if you're really lucky, you just punch your way in, climb in the coffin, and it pulls you out. It pulls you into the operating room, so you can just kill the guy and take the key right away. Hey, look, a guy.
Crows for science.
Bad scientist. Bad reanimated thingy. Stop attacking. Fall down. Fall down. Fall down. Thank you. And we have the key. So yeah, you might end up right there. As they drag you in here. You go, surprise! It only saves that much of a walk. But it's still cute that it lets you do it. I didn't quite aim that one very good. Alright. Now we basically do it again. We need to make our way into the main section. So that needs a room to be lit to open that. Oh, you're so far away. You're going to die before you even get to me. This, if I remember right, is... So they have a special undead consultant.
This room is covered.
Greetings, consultant.
Quite unlike other laboratories.
So, it's not that there aren't vampires. It's just they are only looking at vampires as one option. Which is honestly amusing, right? Because, again... Oh, we actually got a thing. A lunar gen of healing amplification. Well, that is a good item. So, when we get a named item, I'll go more into that. But I do like the idea that academically, they're like, okay, winter's never ending, everyone's gonna die, what are our options? Let's ask the vampire, right? Let's see if vampirism is a way to save our, nation. It's on the table, although I think you see somebody later say they considered it and have already ruled it out as a viable alternative. Oh no, somebody dropped a fireball. Another shrine. Somewhere in here we're going to find... Ah. Here's another horror staple for you. Brains in jars. Unfortunately, for them, they have the HP of a jar. I've never felt particularly threatened by a mayonnaise jar. Alright, so here's the lever that's going to open up the big gate back there.
The Institute is creating a huge number of flesh constructs to work.
So, now we've learned that the Institute is making the golems under the instruction of someone named Victra Mordenheim. So... Remember when I said there was an older, 2nd edition-ish version of this and a 5th edition remake? Victra Mordenheim. Originally Victor Mordenheim. They changed it to a female for political correctness reasons, mostly. What's the word? If we're being more fair, it's a representation thing. It doesn't actually matter if it's Victor or Victra. It doesn't change the function of the story. But a lot of the old D&D stuff, it was all men, right? If there was a woman, she was like the princess in the tower to be saved kind of deal. So... they're just trying to spice it up. And again, this is not the DDO team. This is them using the 5th edition rewrite. Functionally, it's basically all the same, except for one thing that we'll get to at the very end. There's one misstep, in my opinion. Anyway, need to light this thing up. So normally I do these backwards. But the last time I did this puzzle, I realized not only do you need... Oops, wrong one. To light them up, you actually need to go only one direction around. Like, you cannot split and go, oh, I'm going to get these two and then go get these two. Even though it looks like you can split the power, right? You can't go both ways. You go... If you go counter-clockwise and just light them as you go, it should be pretty straightforward. Come on. Because there's plenty of these T-junctions that split the power. So even if you mess something up, it kind of doesn't matter because there's a lot of extras. So like right here, it's like, oh no, I needed to actually have this one going... Well, actually, I can just... Yeah, oh no, I need it to go this way. Well, great, but all that means is you come down here, right? This is one of the ones that's actually... Come on, click. It's one of the ones that's easiest to do just starting at the power and just work your way around it in a circle and you'll get them all. Now, what does that power do? Well, we also have to solve this puzzle. And this puzzle stumped me for a little while because I didn't notice one little detail. See how that one is lit up a bit and the others aren't? You need to come click on this one first. And then it's a go click on the one it's facing type puzzle. So you just line yourself up with it. I guess you could probably follow the wire too. Yeah, it looks like the wires do the same thing. But they're facing each other. And now that door that said I'm busy. Yeah, this one. I've electrically engaged, or I have engaged the electrically controlled deadbolt. Right? Okay, well now it's open. Oh look, a dude. So this is the director of the Revivification Institute. So we're going to kill him because he's the one that has supposedly been requesting the extra bodies on behalf of Victra Mordenheim, right? So it's not like he's even the main bad guy. He's just a flunky. You do need to destroy all of the extra equipment in here. Have we destroyed everything yet? No. They want to make a point, right? Which honestly kind of feels like the hero... We're enforcing our morals on a society that we're not from. Because, like, up to the point that they are killing people to get more raw materials, they're in a never-ending winter facing, like, certain death. So making these things is not inherently wrong, I don't think. It is the... It's the killing people for more raw materials. It's like, no, no, no. This is the supply and demand of like, oh, we need this many servitors to save this many people, right? Well, if the people die, then you need less servitors, right? Anyway, if you haven't figured it out by now, flesh golem stealing body parts, we are in Frankenstein land. That is what this one is based on. So Strahd was obviously based on Dracula or the vampire, whichever book you want to say was the big one. We are here in a D&D version of Frankenstein. So, what we know so far... Yeah, here we go. Perfect summary. The Deadmongers killed people so they could collect the corpses. The corpses went to the revivification studies so the Institute could make corpses into servitor constructs at the behest of Victra Mordenheim. So, again, not knowing the whys, we are now going to go to a party set up by Baron Aubricker. I'll have to look at his name again. The actual Baron of the land, the equivalent of Strahd from a political point of view. He is not an all-powerful vampire, right? But, interestingly, depending on which version of the lore you're reading, he does kind of have magical influence over this land. Aubricker Sr. wished for a land that he could rule, basically. And the mists swallowed him up and brought him here. So he is the government figurehead here. Like, and I don't mean like in name only. I mean like he is legitimately the Baron of the land. He is not the reason that this place exists. That is... So one of the weird things about the Domains of Dread, right? The Domains of Dread are both thematically tied to a fantasy or a classical monster, right? But they're also prisons. So Strahd got everything he wanted except the he could never have the woman he loved. She was always just out of his reach. So he could spend eternity ruling over the land, having everything he wanted, absolute control, except he couldn't have her. Very similarly, Aubricker, when they were transported here, like they did the ritual to make the wish, blah, 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 his wife chickened out and ran. So him and his kids end up here. So he's forever cut off from his wife. He is politically in control of this area, but physically is like still an aging old man that doesn't actually have... He doesn't have Strahd's outright power. Strahd, even if he wasn't politically in charge, could have taken control. Right? Because there's no one in Barovia that could stand up to him. Aubricker's not the same. They granted him the baronship, and that was it. So, Jacob and Wilhelm here, they are the Brothers Grimm, right? We're going to meet them more later. So we need to gain an audience with the Baron, and to do that, we're going to go through this door into the coat check room. and you've got options. So, Cora, right here, she found some documents, some damning documents, and she brought them like, no, this is bad, right? And they were obviously confiscated, and she's mad, right? Sasha is a friend of the Baron, and was going to just go and check on, like, he was just touring around the rooms looking at, like, the Baron's cool stuff. Legitimately not there to steal it, as far as I can tell. Found out there's a bunch of those Grimishka things in this room. And he's like, whoa, that's not good. There's a bunch of magical stuff in that room. So, like, if the Grimishkas blow up, as they might do around magic, that's really bad because there's a lot of magical things in one spot. Come on, kill the cat. So, you've got... Both of them can get you an audience with the Baron. Are we done killing these things yet? There we go. So you can either kill the cats. Thank you. Go to the guys. So we could just go there right now, right? If you want to do Cora's, you need to come around the back side, lockpick your way through here, lockpick the other vault, and you can bring her back her documents. I'm not going to bother summoning Froggo for that because I'd literally just be picking 2 locks and being like, see, it works.
Everyone turns to listen to a voice coming from a small mechanical.
In the left room here is just an Easter egg. These are the authors of your classic monster books. So Mary is a reference to let's see. Let me see if I can remember any of them. So the one in the back is the easy one. Percy, that's Percy Shelley. Let's look these up so I can actually. So I can tell it to you right. Here we go. So we have Lord George Byron. He was a satirist and poet. His former lover, Claire Claremont, should be that one. Dr. John Polidori, which is right there. He was... The wiki says he was keeping a diary on behalf of Lord Byron without his knowledge that the publisher would then later sell. The biggest one being, of course, Percy Shelley. So Percy Bryce Shelley, he wrote a lot of stuff. And then that one is Mary Shelley, the author of Frankenstein. So they're all, like, Victorian literature. Like, they were, like, people in the same circle. Like, they legitimately had their own little Scooby-Doo club like this, hanging out in the villas, etc. I think, wasn't Frankenstein written over a weekend in one of those? Anyway, an unkempt guest. That artificer looks mad. So we come in, oh, the Baron's not here. Instead, there is a speaker. Which, strange mechanical device. We know it's basically a speaking stone. Kenneth has this kind of stuff. We can talk to it. Bodies are moving in, they should be dead. Why aren't they dead? So the thing is, you have to gather your party on the conspicuous carpet. Because the plot demands that Mr. Burns pushes the button and opens the trapdoor. So, he's not wrong about this point, right? The golems are essential to manning the fishing fleet. Without the fishing fleet, everyone would starve. That part's right. The Baron also does not know, as far as I can tell, why why the place is in eternal winter. Like it doesn't have anything to do with him. So he's making do with what he's got. And what he's got is asking Victra Mordenheim to make the servitors. Because without them, they can't fish. Now, I'm not saying he's a good guy, because obviously he's got this, like, underground lab and scientists and stuff going. And I'll say there's a reason that he only speaks through the,
This is a service elevator. While it could
the
contribute to
speakers.
part of the Baron's castle, you are clearly no longer welcome there. You should find another.
So we're going to keep moving and find another way out, right? Etten Flesh Golem. Ooh, that's... I'm glad I turned acid arrows on, because it, like, doubles our damage and makes us a little less painful. So we've killed... We disintegrated the Etten, but, yeah. We'll... That Etten is not the last we're going to see of him. Big ass door. Can't go through there yet. So, one of the interesting things about... Am I missing a door here? Can't go through this yet. What did I do wrong? Oh. We haven't done... Let's turn all of these on. That might help. I got lucky and clicked on the correct one at first. I was just trying to destroy them because I was just, like, clicking. So yeah, do the puzzle. Overload it. Now the door opens. It's the exact same puzzle as before. Just to go to the one that's it's facing. Find the one with the light on. That's the first one.
Don't imagine you can escape. My castle is staffed by very capable guards. And these
Let's grab a note. Oh, apparently this version of the Baron does know more than I thought.
Details of the issue and the bargain are
Regardless, he's not really in any position to argue with Victra, and we'll see why later.
the way out is blocked by an electric barrier.
So at this point, we just need to get to the exit. We kind of have to do one more little puzzle. We have a lever right here with 3 runes on it. Okay? Trying it now won't do us any good because we want through there. We want to leave, but it's closed. So we come up here. Come on. Oh, I have to finish you off. Then you guys get mad? Oh, I have to kill that one too? Okay, now I can attack you guys? Okay. As long as we're doing things in the right order. So, puzzle. And there's the same 3 runes as on the lever. You need to read the note. Do not power all 3 crystals at the same time. This will cause the power to short out. Sweet. Try not to light up the traps, just like every other time we've done one of these. But there's one trick to this one. in order to actually light up all three, there we go, you need to notice that you can turn the original. You can turn the one the power is coming from. Then you can light up all three. It's rare that you can turn the one that the power comes from. That took me a second to figure out. So yeah, turn the one that the power comes from, then you can light up all of them. Then we'll go back to that lever we saw, blow all the breakers, and we'll be home free.
The sounds of crackling electricity fade as the power.
I don't know where you think you're going.
And
There isn't anywhere in Lamorten
the exit.
to hide. You will pay for meddling with Dr. Mordenheim's scheme, one way or another.
And we're told, oh, you can't hide. Well, he doesn't actually do very much in the way of trying to, like, chase me down or anything. So, I think I will get away with it. So, the next thing we're going to do... I think there's one more quest in part 1. Unfortunately, our political affiliations have been cut. As much as I give the mayor credit for making do with, like, a bad situation, at this point he's like, look, I can't help you anymore. The Baron has basically blacklisted me. Like, I can't do anything, or he'll come for me next. Nudge, nudge. Look, there's the Brothers Grimm. Go talk to them. So, let's go learn about what happened. We are told the location of something that's been hinted at a couple times already. There's a mysterious temple up in the mountains where you can make a deal with these dark powers. It's basically Lamortia's equivalent of the Amber Temple. It's the same idea. It's not as elaborate, but it's the same idea. And it's a little bit of a walk. But yeah. So, what we know so far, there are flesh golems. Victor Mordenheim is ordering the flesh golems to be made, presumably because Aubrecker is blackmailing her and making her do it, otherwise she wouldn't care. But he knows something that she did, and he's gonna go. He's saying, I'm gonna tell everybody what you did. So, she probably has something to do with this eternal winter situation. Now, that part is not part of the original Frankenstein story, right? This is the part where the writers in D&D, they took the source material and started kind of going off in another direction, so it wasn't purely just adding stat blocks to an existing story. Pew. 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 I can pew while running backwards. That guy was catching up to me. Maybe my run speed needs to be improved. Oh no, snowballs. Really? My flame strike wasn't even allowed to kill all the snowballs? Oh, hey, a rare. We haven't found one of those yet. An ice flenser. Free toy inside. Got some bleak wires. So, I've heard the bleak wire specifically is supposed to come from the rare encounters in the wilderness. So if you're trying to get the materials to craft onto one of the items here, and you're like, why do I have all of these, everything else, and no wires? It's because you need to look in the wilderness area for the rares. Shrine of the Mists. We will be back to that later. We cannot do anything with it right now, but it's going to be very interesting after we've beaten all the quests. Okay. So, back and forth, up the switchbacks, up the mountain. And we find the Temple Pass. The Wish. This is more of like a story dungeon.
This treacherous mountain path is
I don't
said to lead to a
know
temple devoted to
why
dark powers.
it
Dr. Mordenheim came here in the past.
tells
and
us.
was determined to find
Okay,
out why.
well, I'm not going to jump ahead. So, polar bears. Polar bear's big and scary. Polar bear dead. Grickling. So this is a new monster for this pack. The Grick. Weird little, like, snake, octopus, bird thing. Ooh, ice. I don't remember going that way before. Anyway, there's going to be little nests of those Gricks as we run by. So if you see me just randomly flame striking the ground, it's because there's a Grick nest and I'm trying to... See, like this. This is bats, but... trying to toast them so I don't have to kill everything one at a time. Yes, attack the hireling. It makes it much easier for me to shoot you. Climb, climb. I thought I saw more. Snowflake ooze. They cannot take any criticism. Okay, we lagged a little bit there, but that's okay. I should probably turn auto attack on because that helps alleviate the lost shots. Frozen Adventurer. I think I wanna... This looks right.
The air shimmers
Here we go.
as figures take
So, we're going to see these
shape. Be one of
visions of the
creatures
past.
you were told of.
I have no idea why. Like, I don't have a magic item that does this. At no point do they say that they are seeing magic visions. Like, is it... Like, why? Why am I seeing the visions other than the DM needs you to know this information? The best excuse I can give.
Previous journey up the mountain.
This is basically the Amber Temple, right? So maybe this is our wish, is we want to know the information. Or maybe this is part of the curse on Victra. Because she got a wish at a price. Maybe part of the price is that someday come a hero from the east and they'll come and wipe out everything you've built. This right here, you see this tunnel? You see this tiny ass tunnel? This is probably my favorite little innovation. Are these tiny tunnels. I love the tiny tunnels. This is how all of the caves should be like. Right? These claustrophobic little caves. Bring it in. Just bring it in tight. And twist around. like, trigger that claustrophobia. I can hear them going, bleh, but I still can't really see them. Bleh. I love the little tiny twisty caves. Look at that. That looked like a dead end up until you get to the very end, right? Like, this is A plus cave working. Alright, I think we're due for another vision pretty soon. Yeah.
The snow swirls as another vision of
So, Victra and Elise. They are lovers.
If the legend is
And yes, I realize that once again they've decided to go,
the secret of
not enough representation in this pack. Better make this story. Better rewrite it to be lesbian lovers again. It's getting kind of cliched at this point. Like, how can it be both cliche and there's not enough representation? Like, not every story has to feature lesbian lovers as the main characters. Anyway,
we have the pursuit of truth and
Elise she grew up poor, so she is more concerned with, like, not safety, but, like,
you'll still be
shelter, guaranteed food, always knowing where your next meal is coming from, like the creature comforts that she didn't have growing up. Victra is your standard, like, genius child who feels like the world doesn't understand her because she's so much smarter than everyone else, and why can't everybody just do what she says because she's so much smarter than everybody else. But she's not smart enough to realize she's got a 20 intelligence and an 8 wisdom. All these little little caves, those are Grick nests, so we're just going to firebomb them. Whenever we see those, that'll save us a little time fighting those things. Take out some mephits because the auto target found them for me. So, you can probably guess where this is going, considering we know we're in a Frankenstein story. Victra is supposed to be Victor Frankenstein. Victra is, even before, she's obsessed with trying to recreate life, right? Oops. I should really have already known that was there. So if you fall down the obvious pit trap thing, the rocks on the wall are your ladder. Conveniently with a sparkly bit at the bottom to help point it out. And then
final skeleton falls and the walls
and then the hook horrors. Hey, hook horrors, come on. That wasn't good. They outran my spell. There we go. Do not need to rest yet.
a vision of the past
A vision.
on the ledge
And then, interestingly, in this room,
This can't
So you-
possibly be the end.
you have to wait for the vision to finish,
There's no way forward.
and then it'll give you the platforms to move across.
I will
But
make
there's
a way.
also
Stand
a
back.
second vision of Mordenheim down here, finding
A
something
vision
here
forms over
in the
shattered
ice.
section of ice. It's far too icy up here. If only I had the right invention. Come on. Let's
So,
go.
up top, they're turning around. Like, their first expedition, they fail.
When we come back.
She comes back by herself, finds something right there.
Dr. Mordenheim may have found fills you with foreboding. When the vision fades, several pillars of ice erupt from the frozen pool below.
And then there's also... Boing, boing, boing. Another vision here. Only it mentions she's older and filled with a grim determination. So this is her in the future. She came back by herself,
I'm back, Elise.
right? And she's talking to herself because Elise is not here. Clearly, Elise died, right? So her lover dies. She comes back. She was already interested in the secrets of life.
The vision ends with Dr. Mordenheim triggering a switch in the wall, causing the concealed door to slide open.
See, how did a vision of her opening the door open it for me now? My guess, again, it's got to be that the dark powers want me to know. They want me to do something. Maybe, like, they see us as just more interesting? Maybe somehow they know we're the ones who took out Strahd. Although this is level 8. So, if you're following it in level order, this is before Barovia. Ironically, it's higher level on the legendary side. But that's just a quirk of the order that the packs come out, right? So we need to hit some levers. So we're going to go through this little maze of twisty caves. Ooh, we need to use a different spell because they can dodge that one. Looking for some levers. I like the fog, right? Because we're just running around. And if you look at the map, they fogged out the map too. This is legitimately supposed to be a twisty, turny, confusing little maze. And it's like, it's awesome. Is it super complicated? No, because you can just run your way through, right? Just keep going. If you see bad guys, you're somewhere you weren't there before. Find the levers. Right? Just run around hitting Q, and eventually you will turn the right direction enough times. It's not that big, right?
A barrier of solidified darkness.
So we're already back in the middle where we were before. We went that way. We came out here. So now we're just going to go that way. Going to lean north on this. Well, lean up. Up is not always north. Come on. We are mortally wounding them and then not being able to hit them. It should be pretty close to... I thought that was a dead end. Because it was all cloudy. Here we are. Lever number 2.
The barrier wavers as the second lever is pulled.
So we'll backtrack the way we came a little bit. On this side, there are 2 levers. So there was 1 on the other side, 2 on this side. Right? So once you find a lever, just kind of go the opposite way, and you should find the other one. Right? Because they're going to be basically evenly distributed. I mean, that would be a hell of a maze if DDO tried to just... what am I trying to say? If they tried to, like, buck the trend giant maze. You need to flip 3 levers. Turns out all 3 levers are in the same spot. Just to get you. That's interesting. There's no lever there. Are these randomly placed? That's interesting. They moved the lever on me, apparently. Alright, we'll just go down. So even though the map is fogged out, you can still tell which ways you haven't gone. So, like, I haven't gone around. I need to find an actual split in the path. So let's go down this way. Yeah, see, I'm carving new path into the map. So even though I can't tell, like, exactly where I'm going, it's still new ground and it's going to lead me to the lever eventually. Come on, you can't be incorporeal that many times in a row. See, found the lever already. Sneaky.
The final lever is pulled and the barrier fades.
So we just backtrack our way out, and we're going to go fight what is technically the boss of this level. It's kind of a weird boss, in that I didn't even realize it was the boss at first. You know what? Just nuke him a second time. Let's see. How about this way? Trying to see if this is what I was looking for. It looks promising.
Stone grinding.
Optional. Slay Stone Lion Pride Lord. So this was not the boss. We'll just drop a...
As the last lion falls, the next 2 stone lions start.
So 2 lions, boss. Boss of the optional.
A dread chill fills the air as the last statue comes to life.
Unfortunately, he resists acid, so he's going to take a second. He resists acid, but not force, I bet. Nope, resists force too. We have not made this any easier on ourselves, unfortunately. But still, DDO very much favors ranged characters. So even with bad like damage, just running in a circle, you're going to avoid a lot of damage. Got some alternators, and we're going to go ahead and rest just so I have just a little bit more MP to burn through the boss a little faster. What is this, 10 seconds or so to rest, and then I have a full bar again? And none of those are going to matter? Actually, there's a chance that that matters. Into the mist, run back the way we came, and we'll just go straight. Because we are at a T-junction before, we turned right, so instead we're going to turn left. Apparently there's even more random mooks in the way. Man, these guys living on 1 HP. Or unliving. I choose right again. Doesn't matter, goes to the same place. Ooh, we got them all that time. Here we go. This is the boss. And by boss, I mean 2 Amber Shrine Guardians. I don't know why the boss is just 2 of these things that are often just regular bad guys.
Opening the way for
That was the boss.
in this vision,
And here is the final vision. This is Mordenheim, or Mordenheim,
She seems quite
begging for the answer to restoring life.
Give me the answer to restoring life. I bring you this heart. It is incomplete.
So, I bring you this heart. She found this heart, right? She found / invented this thing. But it wasn't complete. She couldn't truly bring somebody back to life. She can make the servitors, right? It's not the same as the unbreakable heart, which brings the person back the way they were. And then here's another strange thing for this quest, right? So we saw that, we got our XP, we get our chest, return to Lamortia, sure. It actually just takes us to the beginning of the quest. I don't know why. So, we'll recall from here. So, we know it is implied, although not overtly stated, that the cost for her getting the knowledge was that the winter started. The never-ending winter started. It doesn't quite line up timeline-wise with what they say later. Oh, I have to talk to the other one first. But, I don't know. So, we're done with part 1. We have handled the body snatchers. We've shut down the university that was creating the servitors. We have found out that not only is the Baron a bad guy, because he tried to kill us, and therefore he must die, but also this Victra Mordenheim made a deal with the Dark Powers to revive her lost lover, and somehow that is tied to this eternal winter. Which is probably what the Baron knows, right? So the Baron knows about it, and he's forcing Mordenheim to help him. But by reading the little notes scattered around the place, right? You find that the eternal heart, the unbreakable heart, has been lost. Right? And you find notes from Elise, because Elise ran away. Frankenstein's monster has a heart and wants nothing to do with dooming the entire land to freeze to death, just to keep her alive. Let's see. Let's go do the side quests. Let's let the rest of that digest for a minute. Let's go do our 2 side quests. So, the policeman. There's a mysterious light, and for some reason, Mordenheim wants it. So we're going to try to cut her off, find out what it is. And then, this lady is concerned about the zoo. An actual zoo. Not some rich guy's menagerie, but legitimately there's a zoo in this town, and oh my god, those animals are screwed, right? Like, eternal winter, everybody's like jammed up, either underground, hiding in the sewers, trying to stay warm, or like they're all in the town hall. Like, those animals are screwed, right? Alright, let's go do... There's a close one and a little farther one. So let's do the mysterious light first. These 2 quests don't have any story bearing. Especially the mysterious light. I don't think it's ever even said why Mordenheim wants what the light is, other than maybe she thinks it's something other than it is. Honestly, my best guess, and this is a stretch, is she thinks it's Elise. So we talk to Agnes, and she's like, "Get away from my boy! Like, I don't want your child corpse. No, thank you." So this is sad. Her kid dies. They can't afford to truly bury him, so he buried him here. But there's body snatchers out, right? So she's guarding the corpse to keep them from stealing the corpse.
This woman isn't who you're searching for.
And then there's whatever that is looking down on her, right?
An eerie light begins to shine down from the window to the north.
So the locals know about it.
Must be the mysterious light you were sent here.
They don't really know what it is, but they know generally
This rundown building
about
is
it.
filled with members of the Deadmongers gang. It's no surprise that woman was worried about
So this is like the remnants of the Deadmongers, because they don't know which quests you do first. So this is one of their hideouts. So I guess you could consider this finishing off the Deadmongers. Really? One cast of blur. 20% displacement my foot. The password is Flamestrike.
You can easily make out the outline of a door here. There's a lit blue ceiling crystal just
Apparently I
to
have to
the
actually go
east
push
of
the lever.
door.
I will say I like these quests, right? But they've been pretty linear so far, right? Not exactly Amber Temple levels of complicated, right?
You pull the lever and the loud scraping noise rumbles nearby.
No
For some reason, you suddenly
time
smell
portals going back and
stale
forth.
beer. This explains all the
Which,
Deadmongers.
you know, it can be nice.
Have stumbled into one of their favorite taverns. Several of the grave robbers rushed
Not
towards you,
everything needs to be a
bartender
PhD
explains
in
that the
dungeon
Deadmongers
design,
is
but
building after the abandoned rumor manor next door. Apparently,
I think it does help
the
that there's a lot of
place was
theming
run by
here,
the undead.
right? So even here in this side quest, we've got the cool architecture because of the buildings and stuff.
With the last of this batch of body snatchers
We've got that cool,
you can
like,
now explore the
thing
upper
shining
levels.
down its light. I don't exactly like that the dog takes like 8 extra hits. So we're really just fighting our way through what's left of their hideout. Literally on the way to the spooky haunted mansion on the other side. Like, we're really only taking them out as a side effect of needing to go through. And this was apparently a dead end anyway, so... And... Oh. That hallway escalated quickly. I think we're just about at the end of these guys. I seem to remember less bad guys on the epic version. But again,
The floor here is quite worn.
okay.
Something heavy had been
If you have something like Froggo,
but the wear
just
ends
do it.
abruptly at a black wall.
Come here, Froggo. there's a DM notice about a scrapes up to a wall. They mean this wall. Oops, I need Froggo to do that. I thought it meant down there, the end of the hallway, but they mean this end of the hallway.
The door opens.
And down there is your bonus chest for searching the secret area.
Of wedding wheels on the stone floor.
Alright, thank you for your service, Froggo. We are going to continue. So here's where we break over into the other building, the actual haunted house. First we fight some snow. Because even it's cold even for the snow. When even the snow is angry, you know it's a bad winter. Right, now can I go through the door?
A chill settles into the air as you enter the building. And it's not just the temperature. This place feels
Alright, now that we're fighting undead, I think we get bonus damage off of our cleric-y spells, so should actually go a little simpler from here. The dogs are technically neutral, so things like Holy Smite are not going to do the bonus damage versus undead and such. That, or like, it does more damage versus evil. The dogs aren't evil. I tried opening this door. Oh well. There's our lever. We're going to fight some dishes. Spooky haunted house.
when the lever is
I guess that's basically what the theme of this quest is haunted house. We probably could have just started in the haunted house though, because there's the guy who was shining the light down, right, from his gigantic windows, which I think is actually just mega icicle, just freezing the whole open air thing. Alright, we're just gonna go stand right here and smite. Nice. I think we're just about done. Yep, we're on the roof, and now we're going to fight the boss. And the boss is Coldred, this cold light walker, which is a really cool looking zombie, but not a very powerful boss. Because he's just like a red name version of the zombie. Like, I didn't even do anything fancy and he died. So, a little bit of a weak ending. I would have liked something more other than it was that one kind of monster. Like, yeah, there's 12 of them in the hills 20 feet from here. Like, I don't understand what this was special about that particular monster being in that spot, other than people were afraid of it and nobody bothered killing it, I guess. I don't know. But it's okay. It's okay, because we will cleanse our palate with a nice visit to the zoo. And I'm lazy, so I am going to activate my mount, because I would like to get there sooner. The zoo is like one of the farthest quests. Need to cross the river. Ooh, more free XP. It's like way over there. Like, I need to expand my map so I can drag far enough to even see it. You see it's way up there. So we get to enjoy the scenery. I like this city, right? I like that there's so much of it. There's even like some of the buildings you can go inside and they've got like rare encounters in them and such. Not every building, right? Because if you think about how big that building has to be on the inside, it would be like a very small room compared to what you're used to in D&D. Like, it'd be very small. But I like them. I like all this architecture. I like that it makes it feel like a city and not just like 12 buildings surrounded by a wooden fence and they call it a town. Alright, the zoo. So, this one actually does actually expand our little lore of the area.
Huge snowdrifts fill the cages and block doorways.
So, careful of your hireling.
Strange creatures burst into the courtyard, shouting.
So, the broken ones. The broken ones. You'll notice they use the Wildman template. But he's got like a wolf head, like a lobster leg, something with like a monkey leg, some kind of like clawed thing. There are already mongrel folk in Barovia. This is a whole new thing. You should not be standing up on that fence. But yeah, so if we go over here and we talk to the food dispenser, there's supposed to be an automatic food dispensing system to keep the animals fed. And that deer is gone. But it's obviously broken. And there's those weird mongrel folk guys who are obviously not part of the zoo. There's also, if you read the notes, it talks about the central heating system. So they tried to gather all the animals together in like the tropical room. That was weird. You know, they tried to take everybody to the reptile house. Are you can I go this way yet? I'm gonna blow those guys up. So they tried to take all the animals they could to the reptile house in order to save them, right? They've got one building that they can try to get heat to, so they tried. And then something went terribly wrong. So we used the shovel to open the door. There was a shovel over there behind the bad guy, so we just picked it up. You can see like some of these cages are like knocked around. Bunch of poo flinging mongrel folk in here. How do you know it's poo they're flinging? What else they got? You ain't throwing snowballs. Let's see. So the door down here with the lion on it. Literally the cat house, right? And you can hear noises. The poor lions haven't been fed in a long time. Because again, the food dispensary's broken. And back here we find a broken off lever. We're going to need that. So there's two pieces of the feeding machine we need to find. The lever is in the back of the lion house. And then I don't think there's actually anything in this one on the right side. So it came from the left. Lion is down. On the right side, I think... So you hear something up in the rafters moving around, right? Here's the birdhouse. The tropical birds. You go to the back of this place, and you find this weird patchwork beast. So, and then you find this room full of blood and snow, right? This is where they tried to bring all the animals. They tried to bring them here into the tropical house to keep them all warm. Could have swore I saw something. And then the roof collapsed. Right? Killed everyone. All ended up being one giant frozen pile of, like, various corpses. So Mordenheim got bored, took all of the preserved corpses and started trying to patch them together again, because she was bored of just making humans. So she made the mongrel folk. Those are the broken ones. She tried to put together other things. This patchwork beast, it's Mordenheim experimenting with parts that are not purely humanoid. You can go that way. It's a little bit faster overall to take out this snow and go this way. Because we still need the other part. And the other part is vaguely on this northwest section. Yep, I can already see the broken off pipe in this room over here. Alright, why did you go off over there? The pipe, I feel like that's not where I got the pipe from before, but even if they're randomly placed, it's going to be in this top left section with the mongrel folk. And then the last thing we're going to do is make our way to the feeding machine, which is the top right section. It is connected through here, so I don't have to go back to the courtyard. I can just kind of cut across up here. I do think there's another optional if you go into the far, like way up in the top left corner, there's another optional. But there's a lot of little optionals dotted through these quests. Basically, anytime you go the wrong way, you'll probably end up finding like an optional boss. But that's kind of DDO in general, right? It's rare that there's a dead end that is purely a dead end with nothing there. And here is the broken feeding machine. So now that we have both parts, we use the parts, it fixes the machine. And then the thing we heard in the grates earlier comes after us, because it hears the machine working. It's a Grick, which implies that the Gricks... So, if you read the notes, Mordenheim makes this Grick. But it's a big Grick. Like, there's already Gricks in the mountains, right? We fought them 2 quests ago. So, did she make one to see if she could, or did she make one and, like, it was reproducing rapidly? Because one of those is a way different apocalypse scenario. We got another gem, which is interesting. We've got 2 of these 2 augments and no items so far. Hopefully we get an item so I can show you what they're for. Anyway, those were the 2 side quests. If I kill 2 more things, I get XP. Alright. Let's get this last bit rolling. So, we have go get our rewards. So we've done part 1. We've done the side quests. Now we can do part 2 and start mopping things up. We're going to start finishing what we started. So we're going to talk to Ilona Rabus. So she was also somebody who pissed off Mordenheim and is kind of a pariah, right? So she's also an artificer kind, right? So she knows who to send us to talk to. So, part 1. We're going to go talk to this disreputable sea captain. And we're going to go pay the Baron another visit. Unannounced this time. Because I can't be bothered having this guy, like, being all high and mighty, like, oh, if you ever show your face in town again, we're going to get you. No, you don't. You don't threaten an adventurer. Especially one that's significantly more powerful than you are. I mean, I know this is like the level 8 area. So, I am 2 or 3 levels over-leveled for this spot. But still, like, come on. Any adventurer. So we're going to run basically back to the quest, only instead of going into the ship like we did to get to the reception. Something attacking me? Yeah. Uh-oh. I've been frozen. I didn't know that they had the ability to do that. Okay, you guys. Like, don't you see my awesome backwards, like, shooting? Like, fine. Does anyone else want to be melted? Anyone? Anybody else remember Earthbound? When if you out-leveled the enemies by enough, they would literally run away from you? Zombie at least makes sense, the why the zombie wouldn't run away. So, instead of going to the big boat, we're going to come down into the rowboat. Into the rowboat, and we're going to go pay the Baron another visit. So we're kind of going to do the same thing we did in the other quest, just backwards. Like, we're starting underground. We have to find a way to get that elevator to go back up, so that we can go and mess with it.
Beneath Schloss Albrecht. When you escaped, the servitors that had once been kept safely behind the electric barrier now wandered
So,
freely.
they actually do make a point of... You can see those servitors behind the electric walls as you're doing the first quest, right? And it actually says in one of the notes that once you blow the breakers, it actually takes half an hour for all of the stuff to go down. So that's why they didn't attack us before. That's why we still have so many of them to go through here. So we had a couple people here trying to fix the circuit. There should be a new note. Yep. New note. The rightmost symbol powers the elevator. It'll only work on full power. So, that's the only one we want lit up. Cheeky. So, the rightmost one is the only one lit up. Now we'll go back, throw the switch again, and we can just walk over to the elevator, ride it up. I thought I already killed all the ones in that room. Boom. Elevator is working, so we just got to work our way back to the elevator. Which is not particularly far. Well, that guy runs pretty fast. Was the elevator that way or that way? Doesn't matter because I can't move. Whee! Just lag jumps straight up through the floor.
It looks like this door opened when you cut the power to the rest of the cavern.
Here's an optional,
Discover
right?
what lies beyond.
Baron, did the experiment succeed?
This door. Why are there behind these doors?
I got bad news for you, Mr. Braden Jar. But also, I'll take your stuff since your existence as mayonnaise does not necessitate anything in this chest. So, an interesting thing is all of those little brains in jars gained psychic abilities. They don't say why. It's just like this, I guess, like the strain of existing as a brain in a jar has made it so that all the brains in jars gain psychic abilities so they can float around and such. It makes a point of noting that the Etten is gone. That's where we fell down originally. Here we go. We've made it to the service elevator. Now we're back in the mansion proper.
The elevator takes you to the upper floor of Schloss Albrecht. The doors here are boarded up and sealed.
So they don't want us wandering everywhere. We'll go through the only door that is open. I tried to shoot all of them, but all I got was the main one. Conspicuous
From a distance,
bookshelf.
bookshelf seems
Classic
to
of
be
Gothic
like
literature.
looking closer.
Someday I want a bookshelf like that in my house.
Most of these books look like they're
So, there's a lot of physicians here.
no sign of a hidden door.
So, people who either work for or closely with Mordenheim.
You enter the room, ready to confront the Baron.
And then we meet the Baron.
First, it appears to be empty. Then you spot a laboratory jar.
Meet
containing
the
a
Baron.
brain. You come to a sudden, sickening
He is just a brain in a jar. Now, here's an interesting thing that they don't spell out. When I was reading about the original adventure, this is not the original Baron. The original Baron was just like a sickly old man by the time like all of these events happened. This is the Baron's son. This is Baron Albrecher Jr. So, Junior, as far as the boss fight goes, you're gonna kill him 3 times, right? So the jar is gonna float over to another body. So he got mutilated on a fishing trip. They had this self-powered boat. It was supposed to be like the new way they were going to go fishing so that they could survive all of this. And the maiden voyage of the new super fishing ship went horribly wrong. He was mangled to the point that all Mordenheim could do is put his brain in a jar.
Now there's nothing left of him but a brain pulsing feebly on the floor.
Alright, we're going to get our crafting ingredients and move along. So, he's been dealt with. So, politically, the pressure is off of us. Not that there was ever going to be any doubt of it, but There's no longer anyone calling for us to be captured or like shunned or exiled, like whatever. The Baron's gone, right? The political pressure is off. And we've had our revenge. Step 2. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. Step 2. We want to find the unbreakable heart. So it's the thing that Mordenheim got. Like, the secrets of the thing are what caused all of this mess. And, again, if you're reading the notes and such, you know that Mordenheim is desperate to find it. What she's done is she has contracted the mine, which is way down south of us. The mine that provided the materials to build the original, or to like modify the thing she found in order to make it actually work. The Overseer says that he can make a device to track it, right? We're basically... So we talked to the mine owner. I think he was the owner as opposed to the Overseer. So we're on our way to ask the Overseer for us to use the thing so we can track it down first. Here we go. Up the mountain into the mine. Don't mind the goo with the dissolved like skeleton.
This is supposed to be a working mine. Yet judging from the bones littering the floor, the strange goo splattered on the ground,
So
something has gone terribly wrong.
anytime you go into a mine, something goes wrong. So here's the Overseer. He's got a couple of the servitors, which remember are not inherently evil, right? So it's not like he's got 2 zombies hanging around and you go... No. So he's got... Trying to find the thing. Yes, he can find it, but he needs samples of the 2 main... the 2 ores that make the thing. It's like, okay. And he can't go down there because something happened in the mine, right? Something always happens in the mine. Ow. Do not run through the doors until after the electricity actually shuts off. I'm not going to take the stairs. We're just going to go down. So, down here, what we're going to find... radioactive ooze. That's a new kind of ooze. I don't know if we've ever had a radioactivity themed quest. But yeah. There's something down here. There's a bunch of mutated dudes, right? Obviously, these are what's left of the miners. The miners have all mutated into those monsters. So, really, we want to get these 2 rocks and get out of here fast. Because what's the exposure limit? At no point in this quest are you actually in danger of that. Like, there's no secret meter or something that the longer you're down here, the more likely you are to turn into a monster. Although that would be pretty awesome. I don't think even... just stepping in this doesn't even do anything. Right? They could have made this hurt you stepping in it.
This speaking device is shielded.
And then there is this lady. Her husband has turned into a monster. She is not giving up on turning him back.
It's an ordinary woman, and not one of the
We've also learned that the scientists have not turned because they usually worked in the lab as opposed to actually down in the mine, like with the raw rocks. So you're not. There's a possibility of survivors, right? The miners are screwed, but the scientists might be saved. These poor miners. Nothing you can do about them. Just put them down. Did not actually mean to shoot that guy. I wanted to drop the flame strike down there. And there's a lot more guys than there were a second ago. Did they, like, drop from the ceiling? Sneaky. Sneaky. Dude, it's gotta be acid, right? Yep. Yep. That hurts. Just jump in the acid for science! Which I guess is kind of the theme of this quest. So, we have found the first of the items. I'm going to tell the hireling to hold still. So we want the rock that's way over there. So you can follow the catwalks. Or the... I guess they're girders. They're not even really catwalks. We're going to try to hit that one in the middle. Nice. I could probably feather fall the rest of the way, but just to be safe, let's jump here and then here. And we can just come right down on top of all these oozes. And take the Victranium.
You recovered some Victranium ore, one of the minerals the Overseer asked you to find.
Then we'll jump onto our girder again. There is a collectible down there, if I remember right. Yeah, there's like a door right there. I'm not sure why. I think it's supposed to be from like a level lower as we spiral down. But like I couldn't get it to I stood there in the acid and tried to get it to open for a while. But if it's a secret area, I don't know how to open it. I'm pretty sure it's just you're seeing a door because we need to go down farther, though. It's an artifact of a three-dimensional map. Anyway, one rock down. So now we'll go this way. Pretty sure this is the survivors.
You hear something behind this door. As you listen, you make out people calling for help.
It's always nice to see the big old pile of bad guys actually fall down in one spell cast. Anyway, so this guy says, please let him out. Everybody's locked in because of quarantine. Thing is, everybody else is fine. Just not the one guy we can talk to.
Cell doors unlocked.
So these guys are all survivors. They're all going to make a run for it. You get a chest back there in the corner. But you can't save the guy in the little room. Because this guy knows he's screwed. And bloop, now he's transformed. So he's the field geologist, so he spent more time down there. The rest of the scientists are fine. They haven't been down there long enough to mutate. So presumably, they'll just die later from radiation poisoning, but not mutate. When in doubt, kill it with fire. Alright, we need one more rock. This Shadow March guy is got a lot more. I think my Flame Strike missed him as part of the problem.
Crowd around the barrier, blocking progress. Usually large lumbers forward and
And die. I hate it when they get stuck on like 1 HP and you're just like, come on. I couldn't have rolled one higher. A whole nother group of those. It is kind of amusing when they are all at not necessarily 1 HP, but they're all 1 arrow away from dying, so I can like plink them down one at a time instead of it taking like 3 hits each. Well, we can't go that way yet because we don't have the rock. I think I see a glowing rock. Really? Both of my spells just like super whiffed. Elysium. She would name. So, as much as you might say, Victor Frankenstein, you know, the stand-in, Victra Mordenheim. Like, yeah, she's absorbed in her work. Yeah, she's selfish. But she named her 2 main elements after, yes, herself, but also her lover. Like, she's got a soft spot. She's just not good at saying it. Alright, let me in. And as soon as the lag kills that guy, there we go. Wow. There was a lot of guys in that room. Why were there so many in that one room?
For you to give him the minerals so he can activate his.
Here you go. So, as usual, a perfectly reasonable guy gets greedy. If he would have just left the place closed, just be like, hey, you know, the servitors can come down here and help clean up. We're going to find out what happened first, then reopen the mine. I would have been like, okay. It was like, nah, we'll just get some peasants to come and figure it out for us. Like, we'll just sacrifice them so I can keep making money. Why? The world isn't that big. Like, what's the point of you being rich if all of the people who provide you the services that make you feel rich are dead? You can have all the gold in the world, but, like, you'll still be a farmer by yourself, right? If there is no one to hire to be a servant, because they're all dead, what's the point of being rich? Right? You still have to make your own clothes, because all the little peasants making clothes are dead. You have to grow your own food, because you killed all the farmers. Like, what's the point if you kill them all? Anyway, his machine works just fine. right? We should probably destroy it as we leave, but it does actually tell us where the unbreakable heart is. I do like this little, like, he has his own secret passage down there. He could have brought us. He didn't. Like, we needed to get the rocks. But he comes down this way, and he just doesn't open the door till we've killed everything out here. Like, it's nice. He had a back staircase. That's... Anyway, now we know where the heart is. Presumably, we are now ahead of Mordenheim. Because she doesn't know where it is. Unfortunately, it's on the Isles of Agony, which is technically not Lamortia. Like, the Sea of Agony or whatever is kind of its own thing. I guess it could be... I guess Lamortia could be alongside the sea. But, like, the Isles of Agony had, like, their own entry, separate from the rest. So we'll take this reputable sea captain, and he's going to drop us off. Which means we gotta walk back over to the docks so we can catch our ride. Oh, my hireling expired? Really? Yeah, I guess we've been out here that long. I don't need the hireling for this one. Really? Actually, hold on. Why didn't I think of this before? Duh. So obvious in hindsight. How the hell... Okay, first of all, hireling vendor, right there. But more importantly, how do we leave? Because this doesn't have an option to just teleport. How do we leave again? I mean, there's like a million ways to teleport out if you have the right class, etc. But where's the real button to go back to your guild airship, etc.? There's all the trainers. Is there not? There has to be. It would be hilarious if your character was stuck here until you finished the quest chain, but they wouldn't actually do that. I do like that there's like a bank here and stuff. Auctioneer, general vendor. I didn't realize there was a door down here before. Okay, I'm starting to think, am I crazy? Like, where's the transport NPC? I see a spirit binder up there. That's probably where it's at. Because it was just by the door in Barovia. There's the patron, spirit binder. Are you kidding me? Is there... It would be on theme for there not to be a way out. But, like, that's highly inconvenient. How do you get out? Is it up there? I don't usually have to worry about it because I can teleport wherever I want to go. What? You know what? We'll play by their rules. Maybe... I don't know. That's really weird to me. Here, we'll buy a level 10 hireling. That'll... Just for my own laziness, just to keep us topped off. But yeah. What the F? Like... Where's the transport? Like, there's gotta be... There's gotta be one. Well, I'll look for that later. That's just so weird. Do you have to walk... Like, the abandoned tenements, the first quest, don't have anything to do with, like, actually transporting you back, right? It's just the quest. It's got nothing to do with leaving this area. I know thematically you're not supposed to be able to leave. One of the things about the Domains of Dread is once you're here, you're stuck. There's only certain people who can actually, like, freely move about. So, like the Vistani, right? The Vistani have the ability to... Hmm? Oh, you're an alchemist. That's what's going on. So the Vistani can do it. Anyway, we'll take this little boat. The little boat is going to take us to the bigger boat, which is going to then take us to the islands, which is going to give us a little boat. And we never get to see the big one. But yeah. Yeah. It's a nice scene. The Isles of Agony.
Whips across the icy bay. You wonder whether you'll end up freezing to death in this desolate place. But you must find Elise and the unbreakable heart first.
The whole thing here is we're just finding Elise. No strings attached, right? We're supposed to just be looking for Elise. Turns out there's a whole bunch of stuff in the way because we land on the wrong side of the island, right? A single fly spell. One fly spell. Or if they let my monk character just run up and down the mountain like he should have been able to do anyway. But there's also these sky beams. They've got to mean something, right? I just killed all those birds. Go eat the birds. Leave me alone. I guess I could go with freedom of movement just to keep the ice and such out of play.
A long-dead explorer lies here, half buried in the snow. The note clutched in his hand tells of a deadly cold valley ahead, and a cave sealed by 3 wardstones scattered.
So there's a cave sealed by 3 wardstones.
A piercing cold clings to the
So
core of this
do
valley.
not
Stand
walk
on the ground,
through
avoid
the cold fog. The cold fog is going to hurt you, right? It's kind of like a poison mist kind of deal. You're supposed to stay up here and work your way along the jumping path. Here's another cold light walker. This one's just chilling. I guess cold resist would not be unreasonable. But yeah, we touch the sky beam and then we move on. You can go the long way, or if you've got one of those jump abilities like Monk or Favorite Soul, you can just bloop, yeet your way across. Unfortunately, this character is not high enough level to be able to jump. But I can kill the snowflake oozes before we get... Okay. That ooze has decided to go live down there now. You're trying to cut me off, ooze? I don't have a good enough jump to make this, I'm sure. Ugh. Nope. So we've got the extreme cold weather debuff, which is going to build up damage over time. So I have 3 stacks of it, which is still not enough to overcome my resist cold spell that I cast. So resist cold, and you can basically run through it. Just don't let it stack up too high, because eventually it will stack high enough to start damaging you, and if your cold resist drops in the middle of it, you might just drop. Wardstone 2.
Phase when you deactivate the second wardstone. 1 left.
Just clear the path before we jump across. Not even going to kill that guy. I'm just going to jump past him. We need to get down there. Into the cold, out of the cold. At least it's not instant death fog. Look, a worm. Shoot the worm. Take that, worm. And that. And that. And that. And that. And that. Okay, worm dead. Although I'm going to put sonic resist up, because apparently it shouts really loud. And the last wardstone. Not really sure why the wardstones are here, other than they needed you to feel like you were doing something. Like, did Elise put them up? Because it's not implied she has any magical ability.
Though there will surely be more frostworms along the way.
Like, who? Who did it? Dead worm. Never mind that that worm was fully underground as I shot the last couple shots. So if you climb up the mountain to the left of here, you can actually follow this along way up to the top up there, and there's a named bird you can fight for a chest. Going into the ice cave. We just have to get to the other side of the cave and we're done. Cave is going to take a minute though. I don't know if we're going to see it or not, because I'm trying to go the correct way. But there's also, I think down there is a named Medusa. She's actually in the written pen and paper version of this. Like, there is a named Medusa, so they stuck a Medusa down there as a reference to her. Again, here it's just a named monster. You beat her up, get some XP, free chest. You actually can go down there. And there's a bunch of frostworm eggs. You beat up the eggs, and a frostworm pops up. You kill the frostworm. Kill them all. This way is to, I'm pretty sure, Mama Frostworm. Always. Yep, so we need that. We need the ward stone.
You found the final ward stone in the lair of the largest frostworm you've seen so far. Defeat the beast at the ancient ward stone.
That's a cool looking attack.
The final frostworm has been defeated, allowing you to use the
And
final
click.
ward stone. The final ward stone's magic fades. Now you can advance further into the cave.
Unfortunately, there's no free teleport back, so you have to walk. This was already like slightly longer piece of cave than it needed to be. It does have the nice scenery of you can look down. Ooh, we can see the eggs right there. So you can see that there's something down there. They should have put like the treasure chest square in the middle to entice you. But we got what we needed. So that's the way to go down to fight the eggs if you want. We can now exit the cave. And here is Elise's cabin. It is a nice little cabin, right? So we walk in and we can talk to Elise.
The air inside this dimly lit cabin is barely warmer than that of the tundra outside.
So,
yet you can feel an aura of warmth radiating from a corner of the room. Elise
she's
finishes telling the
hesitant
story.
to help us at
She's
first
very
because, like, the Baron and Mordenheim are all conspiring, blah, blah, blah. It's like, look, I already killed the Baron. All we need is Mordenheim. You've got the heart. So you can see the glowy heart bit, right? And you can see she's stitched back together, right? She's a flesh golem. But she has all her memories and stuff. That's what's special about this one. So, the plan now, she knows about another artificer who can help us modify the heart. It's not a complicated plan, but it is a plan. They're going to booby trap the heart. So, no, you guys are not going to let me recall, are you? You have regretted. You have 2 seconds to regret your choices. Yeah, so we're going to go find this artificer guy because he's, like, not as good as Mordenheim, but he's good enough to be able to help sabotage the thing. And then Elise, by being who she is, can get close to Mordenheim. So we'll talk to the former asylum doctor, because it turns out when the doctor doesn't like someone, Dr. Mordenheim, they get sent to the asylum. Which is yet another, well, I guess it's a history trope more than a literature one. But yes, they are locked away in the asylum. Strangely, a 2-part quest. But we'll see. We'll see when we get there. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back into the chill of Ravenloft. So for you, it'll be right about now. And we're back. So, let's go and see about this asylum. This one is a interesting one because it's 2 quests. Like, on paper, it's 2 quests. But it's like, It's like back in the waterworks, how you'd get basically halfway towards your goal, and then you'd get your XP, you'd walk through a door, and you're in the second quest, and then it gives you XP again. So it's almost more like a checkpoint. I found it really interesting that they chose to do a two-parter quest here, because it doesn't feel like it's not the finale, right? It's interesting that this is the one that was split into two. Anyway, so to recap, we're here to find the previous assistant of Mordenheim with the hopes that they can help us sabotage the unbreakable heart. So if we talk to the receptionist, she goes, "Oh no, you're not supposed to be here," and she summons some guards, which is really silly to me. Like, they've been warned against us, right? They know that we're coming. They don't necessarily know why. They just know that we are an enemy of Mordenheim. That's all they know. They know that we've been messing with some of their plans. They don't realize that we are specifically here for the one guy. See, here we go. Summon the guards. Thing is, this is still just a building. This is the door we want to go through. This is actually the door that will take us to part 2. There's the end chest. It's right here. Right by this note. So our entire first quest is to get through that door. So I guess we'll start by going through the door that they opened by pulling the alarm. Why are you, like, so injured already, little hireling? 1 level lower hireling, and it doesn't have heal anymore. Alright, we got anybody who... Oh, so something to point out. What are you doing? So, I didn't catch this the first time I was running through the quest. But there is a passive, like, red blinking effect going on right now, because the alarms are still turned on. So there's, like, this red pulsing light that represents, like, the alarms are going off and all of the patients are freaking out.
You hear a growl and a slurred threat nearby. A patient must have confused you for an enemy.
So everybody's all agitated right now, but all we're going to do is run our way down the hallways. And since we are a ranged character and there's only like a few bad guys, it's not going to take too much. We're just pulling levers. Now, this is our big mechanic for this pair of quests. So this is the head orderly. He stops and he talks, right? He basically says you're gonna have to give up because I'm immortal. Okay, so this guy made one of those deals, and even if I kill him, he'll just get back up again. So what you got to do is you got to trick him into breaking stuff for you. We need these 2 levers open. See the orange line on the ground? I want to have my back to this conspicuous plaster wall so that when he decides to do his charge attack, he'll charge into the wall and break it. See? There we go. Now I can pull the other lever. And we can exit out this door. So he's going to chase us for a little while. And our goal is to get outside. because this is all like the back rooms and stuff. See, to the courtyard is right here. So we're just going to stand right here until he breaks it open. They don't want to freak out the other patients and stuff. So he won't chase us into the occupied areas. That's the general idea anyway. Come on. Come on. Over here. Now do your angry bull charge thing. Thank you. So just click outside and it'll say he stops chasing you. Because he doesn't want to be attacking us in front of the patients because it'll just freak them all out. While you're running through the courtyard, grab this fishing pole. You don't know what you need it for yet, but you do need it. It'll be really awkward if you don't have that later.
Just in case you have a use for it later.
So we're back inside. We can now hit the red lever. That actually goes back the way we came. So if anybody else is coming in the quest late, etc., they don't have to go out to the courtyard. They can just run straight in here. We want to go out. Oh. A good arrow of tranquility for that guy. So we're going to go through into the new door and just continue following the hallways. So what we are looking for this lever here turns off the alarm.
When the lever is pulled,
So the pulsing lights stop. The patients all stop, well, reduce their freaking out. And supposedly we could now get around a little easier, but it just turns the lights off. Oh no, the door closed on us. And then we open the door. Then we fight some haunted dishes. Because why would the asylum not be haunted? Gotta say, I like the dishes. I think they're a fun enemy. I like that they're not as ridiculously tanky as, say, the animated objects in, like, some of the later quests in, like, Good Intentions. Man, those things have way too much HP and too many resistances. These, I think these are technically undead because they're ghosts, so you don't have as many issues. So, once again, we're following the only path we can take, and it's going to take us back to the... one of these doors actually literally leads to the backside of the receptionist. If she would have just let us through, we would have been right where we wanted to be anyway. But we are nice. We are good. Are we good? Lawful good. This is our biggest challenge of the quest. The key we need is in the drain, but we have to drain the water first. Oh, I did get all three of them. So if we were to run forward, this lever should open the door. We are back at the entrance. Okay. I think we could have even gone this direction. I've never tried going this way. Maybe I'll try that next time I do the quest. Because I always end up going through the same door. Habits. So now we're going into this center area. Oh, look. Conspicuous bad guys. Alright. A note and a locked chest in here. I'm not gonna bother summoning Froggo just to open the chest. There's a ghost that wants us to go that way. I gotta remember not to use that spell on those guys. It's just a habit to hit like button number 1, right? Or 2. Okay, so we have followed literally the only path that led anywhere we could open, and it's led us to this room full of pipes. I don't know where the hireling is going. Godspeed, little hireling. We need to jump up here and turn these valves, because this is how we're going to drain the water in the kitchen. Oh, and apparently there's an electric trap on the ground, which I never would have noticed, because I was always the one up here turning the valves. Interesting. And done. So as long as you and your team at least jump onto the first platform, you'll be fine. Now this room, so there's a ghost again, right? The door literally on the other side is the one that is right behind the receptionist. So I can actually... The door is blocked. No, it's not. If I go fast enough, you can just run through. And you'll end up right behind the receptionist. See? We are again... Wait, no, this is the... Sorry. This is right behind the receptionist. So there's the receptionist from the entrance. This is like the waiting room, I guess. It's just more receptionists. I forgot there was one extra door in the way, and then there's the sealed door we saw earlier. There's not really a way to go the wrong way in this quest, because like it's not that big. There's a lot of doors, but you kind of have to go one specific direction, and then you just get to open a bunch of extra doors that are all shortcuts that all lead back to the same spot. The only rooms you really need to look for, which I really can't go this way anymore. Hey, it worked. You need to find this room to pull the valves. And then you backtrack back to the kitchen, which I think is... Where are you? Down here. So we're just going to walk back to the kitchen. And now that the water is gone, we click on the drain, and because we have the fishing rod, we can get the silver key. Now you can literally just walk out of the quest. That was it. The entire quest is you walk in a circle, then you go up, turn off the water, come back, get the key, walk out the door. That's it. This quest kind of confuses me. Like there's a cute bit up here. So this big ghost here that's been trying to get my attention, if I just actually stand here for a minute I guess I'll go open this door while I'm at it. It's just another shortcut to the same big hallway. Come on, Ghost. I don't got all day. Ghost. Are you gonna do it or not? There we go. The floor breaks and you get to fight a garbage monster. But if you, I mean, you saw how long it took for that to break. I very casually could just open the door and keep going. You get a shrine. You follow this until you get to a ladder. It takes you right back up. That's the whole quest. Like, this confuses me as to why this is an entire quest. Like, why? There's not even a boss. Like, I literally just... Now I can open... I have the silver key. Oh, hey, we got another gemmy thing. +2 artifact bonus to Dex. That's actually not bad. And I'm going to click on this door. We're going to get some XP. And we're going to click into the second quest. It even gives us our reward right now. But, like... Why? The one mechanically interesting part of this quest is the unkillable boss guy that has to knock some walls down. But, like, that could have just been an earlier room of this quest. Because we're going to go and deal with him. Like, we even start. Like, this is the same room. We start here, and we have to go click Patience Wing to actually go that way. Like, I don't understand why... I don't understand why this is 2 quests. The first half of this pair of quests feels very fillery. Anyway, the first thing we're going to do in this quest is we're going to open all of these doors. Because... Ooh, a note. There is, for the time being, a bug in this quest that I have read about. And you want to make sure you do things in the right order. It's a very minor bug. Well, I mean, you have to restart the quest if you hit the bug, but in DDO that is a minor thing because the quests are instanced. It's not like you have to restart your character. Alright. What we're looking for, which I'm pretty sure is on the last door on the right, but I'm just making sure. Guess we have to hit these levers on the way anyway, so... Not a big deal. We're going to find the journal of somebody who's been researching how to kill the unkillable orderly. And we need to find that book, because it's going to give us... I did not actually mean to attack him. It's going to give us our list of ingredients that we need to look for. The bug is... If you click on the ingredients first, because here's the instruction manual, right where it was last time. We need a silver weapon, radioactive material, and rope. And ideally a ritual circle. So now we have the objective, collect bomb materials. If we collect a material first, it doesn't register as one of the bomb materials, and you have to restart the quest because you can't clear the objective. It's not going to happen to you if you're playing the quest normally, because if you're just playing through the quest, you will go in all of the... If you're exploring, you'll find the book first. The book is before any of the ingredients. But if you're trying to rush through the quest, then you can accidentally forget the book and run into the problem. I expect it will be fixed soon, because that's a relatively simple fix coding-wise. Like, it's not a big deal. It just needs to get pushed out in an update. We have had this kind of error before. This is one of those coding errors that's like, they see it and they go, God damn it, I did it again! Anyway, we have some silverware. That's close to a silver weapon. Just like the previous quest, you basically just run down each hallway, opening each door as you go. So we pulled the lever to go that way, but we have to kind of go every direction anyway. Right, so this is the iron key. Remember where this door is. We need... The iron key is like our secondary main objective right now. This is a shrine. I do like the little half doors that go into the bathroom stalls. I like those. Oh, need to pull another lever. I wonder if the lever's down this way. Oh, look, the asylum director. So, this lady, not evil. This lady knows that the shit that's going down is bad, that the patients are being abused, etc. So she's going to help us. She gives us some information, and she also helps us learn more about how to deal with the orderly. Okay. If this is the room I'm thinking of, we're in for another fight. So here comes the orderly again. Alone at last, now I can crush you. So you need him to fuck this room up. So this is what the head lady was telling us about. Was you might not be able to kill him, but you could trap him. And this room has a ton of explosives in it. So what we're trying to do is bring the house down on his head. So blow up all the barrels, either by making him run into them or just shooting something at them. Getting pretty close. Oh, there's another barrel. There we go. I killed all the barrels. He is now temporarily trapped. Now we need into that safe, because that's going to be that iron key that we needed. Scrap of paper up here is going to give us half of the combination. Safe code, first part, 49. So, you've got two options. One, if you can pick locks, you can pick the lock and just be done with this. Listen, apparently, is also something you can try. It actually worked. Do I have listen as a skill? I really doubt it. Oh, it's just because I'm a wisdom-based character. If you don't have the combination, this is a very easy to find door. It has to be, okay? And what you're going to do is pop down here, and then around the corner to the right. Pretty sure it's to the right. A second scrap of paper. 1021. So there you go. That's the full combination, plus a locked treasure chest. So then you run back to the chest, put the combination in. So you don't have to be able to pick locks. It just saves you having to run back to the chest first, because you need to get into that lockbox. It's not optional. The rest of this little secret passage is going to take us back to the other side of the room that we trapped the orderly in. Eventually. Okay, there we go. Open sesame. We're back in the bathroom. And instead of going up towards the room we set on fire, we're going to go back into the door we needed the iron key for.
You turn the iron key in the lock. The door to the basement swings open.
And into the basement we go. Oh, look, a ghost. Go that way. You're so close. It's not an Otyugh this time. So, these are the solitary confinement cells, right? The padded rooms. The ghost is pointing you here. Dead one with a rope. So, she... I don't know why, but she's pointing you towards the rope that she used, presumably to kill herself. So you kill her zombie, you kill these bugs that have been driving her crazy. So now she's at rest and you have the rope you need. Three of these rooms are more cells. The last one on the right is actually a hallway.
You see a sturdy cross.
So you got a workshop and some radioactive material. How very convenient that they happen to have that, of all things, here.
Create the bomb, as described.
Use the workshop table to build the bomb.
Now to combine the pieces.
Take the bomb.
Combine the material.
Yes, you need to actually click to take the bomb. If you don't take the bomb, it's an awkward run back to get the bomb. Although I'm not sure how far it'll really let you go without it. Note. All the bodies must be ready for today. It's science! Alright, I'm going to guess there's going to be a bunch of zombies. Oh, we get to fight some of these ghost guys. I don't really know what these fancy ghosts are. I've only seen them 2 or 3 times in the pack. They're cool looking, though. They're way cooler looking than some of the other ghosts we've had. And I totally thought that was the regular chest. Anyway, an optional. An optional I haven't done before because I turned the other way last time. And once you get to the boss, you can't leave. So I think we want to be down here. Oh, I didn't flip the stupid lever. The lever's not in here, is it? I don't think it is. I think the lever's over here with the radioactive stuff, so you can't miss it. Oh, I missed a door. Hello, green key.
You find a green key on the dusty floor.
Hello, other note.
You've read all the notes contained in the assignment.
Hello, green lever, which is actually on the back side of the door, just so people can take a shortcut to come through. I was in the right spot I had in mind. I just went through the wrong way to get to the door. Anyway. So you have to basically walk through
You see a wide
the
array of lab equipment,
room with the radioactive stuff and the workshop.
brains and germs.
Here is a simple little logic puzzle. So what they want you to do is read the note. The youngest sister is the red brain, because notice there's a red, blue, and black brain. Red, blue, black. Youngest, shone bright in the cold, but wasn't prepared for the winter. What they mean by brightest, and I'm going to click on the red brain to pick it up, they mean she had the lantern. She's also clearly red and has a red thing over her. There we go. The eldest sister is blue, studied hard, but never met her goals. So, studying is going to be the one holding the book. She's also dressed in blue. And then the last one, obviously, black. She wanted the parents' jewels and gold, but the wealth didn't come for her. Black. Now, she's dressed in greenish, but remember, black dragons are the acid dragons. So, black and green are kind of still the same theme. But anyway, simple little logic puzzle. Put the brains in the right jars, open the door. This should be a shrine, as it is tradition to have a shrine before the boss. And then we're going to go down and actually take out the boss. The boss is both the orderly and the director of the asylum. One of them is far more dangerous than the other.
The wall creaks open, revealing a large laboratory and a metal.
So here's our guy we were looking for. He's locked up as like the personal physician down here. Blah, blah, blah. We need your help. It's go time. And then the bad guy is going to barge in and go, "Not today." And then we're going to shoot him in the face with an arrow.
Says he'd help you if he could. The asylum's director would never allow him to leave. To prove the point, both the director
I totally tried to dispel magic myself on accident.
seeking a final
And failed. So, like, the director guy is just like a dude, right? He just dies. Nothing to it. The head orderly is just as immortal as he was before. So beat him up, and he'll actually transform into his true form. Come on. Come on. I'm just going to preemptively stand in this not conspicuous at all circle. Come on. There we go. So eventually he'll transform into a werewolf. And then your bomb shows up in the circle, you make him run into it, and now you can just finish him off like normal. And he's dead.
as though some vital force has been drained from his body. Now that he's been weakened,
So once we can open this up,
and for all, the head orderly lets out
we wait for the cutscene.
thuds against the stone tiles.
So this is the deputy director again. She is going to have much more humane practices for the asylum moving forward. Granted that she's still a medieval asylum doctor, so she's not trying to be evil, but it's still a crazy asylum doctor. Mind you, I'm taking this guy.
She has no allegiance to Mordenheim and doesn't see any reason to keep the technician in custody. This is my
You know, she just says like, yeah, he was just a political prisoner. Take him. This is not a place for political prisoners anymore. Great.
Dr. Bauer says, her enthusiasm growing. For example, evidence
Come on, are you gonna come or not, Armin?
lobotomy procedure can do a great deal to soothe the nerves and calm aggression. I'll start trials straight away.
Whatever.
Dr. Bauer
Go through the portal.
sends you to your next
It'll take you to Elise.
Elisa's cabin on the Isles of Agony. You step out of the portal and
Then they're going to talk, and then the quest will be over. So, like, I don't mind the idea of this quest. I like the jailbreak kind of idea of going into the asylum and breaking the guy out. That's a cool quest idea. Why is it 2 parts, and why is the first one run in a circle, grab a key, open a door? Like, that first quest could have been an email. Right. Talk to Elise.
Elise says she's ready to undergo the procedure.
Okay, so,
She nods at
while I'm thinking about it,
him to begin.
here's one of the biggest changes between the old edition of Lamortia and the current one in Van Richten's Guide. So Elise is obviously the stand-in for
Get me in front of the picture and I'll set off the fireworks.
Frankenstein's monster, right? She is the golem. So, right, so, and that part's fine. In a vacuum, it's just like, okay, so they were lovers, one of them dies, one of them makes a deal with the dark powers to bring her back. Okay. Nothing wrong there. It's cute that they're now lesbian lovers, like, okay, cute. The weird thing here, Elise was not the monster originally. Elise was just the wife. So Victor Mordenheim, his wife Elise, they create the separate Frankenstein's monster. And the monster is immortal, because unbreakable heart type shenanigans, right? But not only is it immortal, Mordenheim has linked the two of them. So Mordenheim is also immortal because the monster is immortal. They cannot, like, as long as one is there, the other... It's not a perfect Harry Potter type symbiosis, but, like, the immortal golem guy's not gonna die, and Mordenheim won't die until somebody kills the golem. The golem is angry. The golem the golem puts Elise in a coma, is basically what it is. He mortally wounds her. Mordenheim is desperately trying to heal her and wake her up. That part's the same. But the monster feels... So, like, Mordenheim got the immortality. The monster got the emotions. He feels what Mordenheim feels. And Mordenheim is always filled with anger and anguish and longing. So it's this, like, super toxic relationship. And I'm not convinced that just making Elise the monster is quite as interesting as the monster being like the normal Frankenstein's monster thing. And then Mordenheim is still desperately trying to wake Elise up. But it's the domains of dread. Just like Strahd cannot ever be with his true love. It's the thing that's always dangled out of reach. Elise will never wake up. That's the shtick. That is the shtick. Like, in this version, Elise is willing to help us, but we kind of had to talk her into it a little bit. So if somebody were to go and coach Mordenheim on how to be less of an asshole, they might have just reconciled. She's alive, right? I'm not convinced this Elise couldn't have been persuaded. You know, if Mordenheim went from a 10 down to like a 9, Elise might have come from like a 5 up to a 6, and like they could have found some middle ground. Versus magically incapable of ever having been brought back specifically to torture the Doctor. With the thing that caused it being immortal, so he can't ever get rid of it. It's also the source of his immortality. And then the icing on the cake for me is that if, like, who is the lord of this domain, right? So Strahd is like the being that is in the snow globe, right? Each of the domains of dread is kind of like a snow globe with one specific asshat in the middle who wished for something really hard and didn't care what it cost them. So Strahd is the main character in his little snow globe. If you had to guess who it was here, you would say Mordenheim. You know, Frankenstein is the bad, like, this is Frankenstein's hell, right? You brought, I'm using the 5th edition one, she brought back her lover, and then her lover ran away, and so not only did she lose her lover, she also lost, like, the artifact of power, which is, like, her scientific goal as well. She lost both of the things she cared about the most at the same time. I get that. In the original, Mordenheim is not the Dreadlord. It's not Mordenheim. It's not Elise. It's not Baron Aubrecker or whatever. It's Frankenstein's monster. Even though he has a very small actual role to play. And that's part of his prison, part of his, like, evil monkey's paw anti-wish thing, is this whole area. You would think it's Mordenheim's, right? What the monster wants the most is its own identity, its own life, separate from Mordenheim, and it's trapped in a world that's completely dependent on, based on, revolves around Mordenheim, right? You couldn't be less than anything than being the creation of Mordenheim in a place that runs around Mordenheim, right? So he is the Dreadlord and has zero power, zero influence over the whole place. It's the exact opposite of what Frankenstein's monster wanted. And it all fit together really well, I thought. I just don't think the 5th edition version quite has the same levels. Just having it be Victra and Elise. And that's it. It doesn't quite... It's missing some levels. Anyway. Let's finish this. Our final quest, now that we have the guy, we have Elise on our side, the heart has been rigged, we talk to the Seneschal, I think that's how you say it, okay, we'll go steward, right? We talk to the steward, he's going to smuggle us up to the tower. Normally we wouldn't be able to get into the tower, right? But Elise, being the friendly, bubbly half of that relationship, the staff love her. So all she has to do is say she's on her way to talk to Victra, and the staff is like, hooray, finally, you're back. We missed you so much. Follow me, right? The doors fly open. We get our own chartered boat right to the island. No problems. Get out of my way, pop-up window. You live over there. Ooh, a rare. What are you? Named... I named one of these golems. The sharpshooters did not play along and follow into my flame spell. Anyway. Got a rare. Got some more wires. Anyway, now that my rant about the story changes is over, Remember, part of why you're here is lore, right? If I know the story behind something, you're going to hear about it. I'm not just here to zerg all the quests. And again, the DDO team is using the most recent version of Lamordia, right? That's why they're using the 5th edition one. It's the most recent one. If you go try to buy a book that has Lamordia in it, most likely you're going to buy Van Richten's guide. You're not going to purposely go find like the 2nd edition paper copy or whatever it was before. Like, let's be real. There's no, outside of a few cute references, there's no reason for them to have used the original, even if I happen to think the original was better. Ooh, one of those big ghost things. I thought that it was going to be a rare, but it was just a big ghost thing. That's okay. We killed a big ghost thing. That's got to be a good deed. Of course, I killed all those things, and there's still like random thugs like, oh, I think one more hit will get him. I need like what, 3 more bad guys to get my 100 kills for the XP. We got some skeletons or something down here. I only need 2 more kills. Ooh, zombies. If I step on these guys, will you stand up so I can kill you again? Nice. Thank you for playing along, little zombies. Oh, and then just some bird wants in. Okay, fine. I don't know why the birds are so interested in attacking. Alright, here's our boat. Really? Something? A 3rd bird. You didn't see me just pin the other 2 to the ground? 2. Schloss Mordenheim. We're going to confront Victra. We've seen her before, right? Because we saw her storming out of the Baron's office because she was mad about him blackmailing her, I assume. So, the goal of our quest here is to get Elise to Victra. Basically, she's a bomb, right? She's going to go up and be like, give me a hug. Boom. Done. Job done. World saved. Obviously, Victra's in the tower. Like, why wouldn't she be in the tower? But she sent all the staff home. And the only way to get up there is to reroute power to the elevators. And spitefully break her gargoyles. That's not actually part of it. I just wanted to. So, we're going to need to go... Fine. First, you click on the elevator. Then it tells you to go up. Every floor, you're going to need to find more power for the elevator. Pew? Nope, almost reached it. First thing we're going to need is some runes. Rune? So, by pushing Q, I can see red rune lit up right here. And going around the back, it is a white diamond. If we go into the little church, you can see blue rune, red diamond. And if we just come around the corner and kill these things... There's a few more of them than I thought were sitting here. Rune wheels. Yep, so unsurprisingly, we're going to need to put the code in. And it opens the door. Now, this is going to take us to the basement. So we're actually going to... We have to go down to go up. We're still just looking for the thing to get the power working. There's not really a way to go the wrong way because the tower's not wide. So it's not like you could ever go very far the wrong way. Worst, again, just like every other quest, worst case is you run into an option, right? And then you turn around and go the only other possible way. There's no maze here. There is a secret door with, I think, a chest behind it in here. I'm not going to bother pulling Froggo out for it. But enjoy the ambiance here. Like, I don't know if I've mentioned it, but like I really like the architecture, the spooky theming. Like the whole thing is like really thematically put together very well. Like we've been in a million dank crypt type basements, right? But this one's got like extra stuff. Like it's got the funny machinery and stuff. You know, different kinds of rubble. Like they've been sprucing up these places. It's not just the same old ancient giantish sewer that we're so familiar with. Alright, so there's our elevator. Optional behind the locked door. Don't have to go that way. The white dots on the elevator are which floors you have active. So we can now do the basement, we can go to the ground floor, and part of pulling the lever in the basement is actually that it opened this door. So now we can go and try to get the next power switch, which I believe is upstairs. We're going to find some stairs, go upstairs, find the lever, come back down the stairs, then we can take the elevator up. And yes, it makes a difference. The stairs lead us to a different half of the upstairs than the elevator does. So a little bit of going up and down and up and down. Kill the evil Beamos. Force damage always scares me because I don't have a resist force spell I can cast. I should probably cast Resist Lightning, considering how many servitors are in this place. I've been really bad about casting my buffs in general this whole time. I am very lazy. That was not the one I meant. Alright. We went up and down to open the blue door. Opening the blue door also. No, there's Elise, there's our entrance. The blue switch also opened this, which is an actual staircase up. So we went up to like the servants' quarters and down to get into this, which is the second floor. We will be able to open this later, but like the elevator takes us to that side of this floor. But this side will give us access to the lever we need to get the elevator up. Oh look, a lever. Oh no. It's Baron von Albrecher. Because we didn't actually finish the job. We fought him, right? And we killed his 3 bodies. But we missed a step. We forgot to kill the mayonnaise jar. So there's his one of his original bodies that we fought earlier. And again, I'm pretty sure this is actually the son of the original one. I could be misremembering the first names, but I remember the son specifically was the one horribly mutilated, turned into a brain in a jar, gained all the psychic powers, and became the living brain or something to that effect. He was as separate, like, I think he was actually like a mob boss kind of deal, if I remember right. So we can't go through the door because we need the key. Guess where the key is? It's on the other side. So back down to the ground floor. Over to the elevator. Over to the elevator.
Another room on this elevator has been
Back up.
You can now access the next floor. You step out of the elevator.
So Elise is waiting here for us because she'll go up as high as it goes. She doesn't want to wait down by herself. Probably a good idea considering every other time we've had a NPC stay at the entrance. Usually they get captured halfway through the quest. It's probably better if she kind of keeps up with us. We'll try to toast these things. Nope, they ran too fast for my spell to catch them. And again, we're looking for the key. Oh. Depending on how much you like puzzles, you'll want to read this note. So, by the green lever is a note. The note is by the green lever. The note gives you the solution to a puzzle later.
This note contains a numerical combination.
So specifically we want 7, 4, 5, 3, 2, 4, 8. And I'll explain it later. With the lever switched, that's the shrine, we can go into the door on the other side of Elise. And there is another tile puzzle. Hold still, hireling.
A complex configuration of tiles sprawls over the floor.
Now, they're being cute, right? I mean, look how many zones there are. But you only have to go straight. So, as usual, solve it by going backwards. There's no way to make all those straight pieces turn, right? So we have to go this way. I'm just going to make sure I'm not turning the trap on accident. So just follow the path. If you get stuck with a straight going the wrong way, you know you have to turn. It's not a complicated one once you realize you have to go the long way. And really, I try to keep it going straight as long as I can. I only turn when it makes me. So I'm going to have to turn here. Turn again. Turn again. Turn again. Deactivate the trap one, because see, it would have triggered that. Turn again, because I have to. Turn again. There's a lot of twists in a maze that has a unusually high percentage of straight pieces. And we just watch it go. Oops.
Solves the puzzle, allowing the door
Apparently I missed one of them.
this
Whatever.
room to open.
Door's open. And look, another puzzle? No. Lots of brains in jars. The puzzle is, can you kill all the brains in the jars? You can kill them with fire. And if you have an AoE like I have, you can let it off a little early because they are not... They're vulnerable, but not ready to attack when they're doing their animation where they float up all spooky-like.
This key will unlock a door in the stairwell that leads to the living quarters.
Alright, we got the key,
Over there to continue.
and it immediately spit us out. Kind of where we want to go. I think this is just a rest shrine. No, this is the way back.
When you walk through this door,
So, this is where we were when we defeated the Baron, right? If we go straight that way, we get to the room where the brain on a brick was. This wooden door is what we were looking for. We have the iron key, so it automatically opened. This is the way we're going to go up so that we can activate the power to get Elise another floor up.
access to the rest of this floor.
She could just follow us, but
Buzz of electricity echoing from a chamber down the hall.
we're going to climb,
Yourself in a
and then we're
large
going to climb,
covered wall to wall in
we're going to climb,
scaffolding leads up
and
to the
this,
second level. A mass of lit buttons.
this is what the note by the green lever
You see a lever
was about.
with two dark
It's a lights out puzzle, okay? But it gives you the answer. I don't believe you actually have to push them in the right order either. So, it has a reset lever. The note said, with the lever on the left or something like that. Like, it told you to position yourself. What it means is position yourself so you're looking at the completion lever with the reset on your left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? It's just listing off the positions. And then it tells you 7, 4, 5, 3, 2, 4, 8. It means step on number 7, then 4, then 5. It's telling you exactly which ones to step on. They are also labeled with Roman numerals. So even if you didn't understand the layout, they're labeled, and if you're reading the label, you're facing the right way. Now, instead of doing it the way they want, I'm going to just step on all of them once. Because I was curious what would happen. Because when I read the answer, right, 7, 4, 5, 3, 2, 4, 8, what's it missing? It doesn't have 1, and it doesn't have 6. So what if we then just hit 1 and 6? Did I hit that one? And then I guess 4 one more time.
after deactivating all the
Because a lot of these puzzles is you step on them all once.
unlocked.
Oh, it won't let me reset it now. But yeah, if you follow the instruction and go 7, 4, 5, 3, 2, 4, 8, it'll just instantly solve the puzzle, right? It's the correct solution in the minimum number of steps.
Pulling this lever restricts
Don't forget to actually pull the completion lever.
granting you access to the living quarters.
Elise is up here now, right? We have almost full power to the elevator.
You enter a sparsely furnished bedchamber.
So this is their bedroom.
Used in the
It's very sad.
This. It was our room. I'm not surprised it's so
That
far down
unusual looking guy
there.
running out the side,
Outside of their lab.
we don't know what he's for. I mean, we kind of know what he's for.
Center of this room.
He is the...
As you enter, it's freezing.
we assume he is the raid boss for the upcoming raid. So he is the undead juggernaut, or the construct juggernaut. He was an extra bad criminal. More, let me just read the note. He's not completely dead. The body is shaped by powerful divine or arcane magical forces. It reacted in unusual ways to the experiments. Even Victra was like, this thing might be dangerous. So she locked it up. We'll see if it starves before she gets back to it. It just busted a hole out the tower, jumped, and is free. So it's most likely gonna be the raid boss. So, pull the lever in the room with the raid boss to be. And I thought I hit the lever. Did I forget to actually hit the lever while I was there? No, I hit it. Probably just opened a door and I have to go down that hallway to pull a different lever. Yep, it opened this door. And down this hallway, I'll find a lever. Oh, look, there it is. Behind Sour. A genetically engineered radioactive polar bear. Can't say I expected that when I first played this. But it does kind of match up with like when we did the zoo quest, right? There's some Gricks here. There's a really messed up bear. This matches up with Victra being curious, seeing how far she can push things, putting things back together. Now we have full power to the elevator, and we can go up and finish this. So Elise is already up there to the top floor.
You've arrived at the top floor of the castle. You should find the entrance to Dr. Mordenheim.
Here's your traditional pre-boss rest shrine. I guess electric resist isn't the worst thing to cast right now. Not that it really matters. So there's Victra. We finally confront her. So our whole plan is, hey, Elise, go hug Victra. Once the DM gets to it.
Without so much as a grunt, she returns to her work.
Elise, you've returned. Care to explain to Rebel?
Thing is, Victra, being super smart, is not going to just let Elise walk up and mess with her. Somewhere else there makes note of Project Elise 2, which is a little sketchy, that she was trying to build a second Elise, right? Not exactly the behavior of, oh, I'm so devoted, I'm going to doom everyone in this land to bring you back. Oh, you spurned me? I'm going to make another one and try again. Like, you missed the thing the first time. Anyway, so she's got a rune arm. So, like, she invented rune arm technology all by herself out here. So as you beat her up, she's going to run over and open these cages. You fight some cats, you're going to fight this eyeball. Eyeballs really love it when you shoot arrows into them. And then she's going to let the Etten loose. And if you remember, the Etten we fought before, right? This is the same Etten. She just put it back together. They are still weak to fire. Take my bonus treasure. Alright, so Elise is thawed and she's chasing after Victra. We're gonna go upstairs, continue the fight. This phase of the fight is a big nothing.
Victra glared at you.
Behold. Okay, she ran away again.
My challenges.
I don't know if that's intentional or not, that there's like very little fight here.
Victra falls back.
You show up and you go, yeah, I'm still alive. Pew.
Side of the room.
Done. She runs away.
After her! Shouts Elise.
And we're basically done. So her fallback plan
Victra stands on the edge of a
was she was going to grab one of these feather falling potions, leap off the tower, and be like,
The
out,
unbearable
bitches.
of everything. What is a little cold compared to the everlasting life of one making
But
heart?
this is where Elise comes in. Elise,
over Victra. I meant it. Elise runs.
Elise interrupts her, gets her to pause before she can take the potion, and just tackles her off the tower. Which, if you don't have Featherfall, you can just drink the potion. If you have Featherfall, you just you go ahead and jump.
Victra lies motionless in the snow, with Elise beside her. I'd back up if I were you, Elise says.
Back up? Why? And then, of course, pop.
Don't.
Croaks, struggling for every breath. Goodbye, Victra.
So, it's kind of a sad little ending, right? I mean, we did exactly what we planned to do.
Elise puts her hand to her chest.
And then, behold,
There's an explosion of
the sun rises.
they are gone, with Victra Mortimer
Somewhere. It's behind the clouds. But with Mordenheim and the heart gone, the dark pact is broken. It was like late spring this whole time, and so the heat is finally starting to come back. And then there's this guy, Adam. That is Frankenstein's monster. That's the original Lord of Dread for this domain. He shows up as like a little cameo at the end. Now, you could either tell him, you know, she's not coming, Adam, you're free now, and he'll wander off, not understanding purpose, right? Or you can just kill him. Just, boop. Cool. The end. Like, seriously, they did nothing with the original. They did nothing with the original one. At least he has a cameo. His whole job was to get her stuff ready to go in case of emergency. So, at least he's here. He makes an appearance, but like, I would have liked him to be like an unusually hard optional boss at the end of this quest. Kind of like in Invitation to Dinner, there's that that optional that gives you an extra chest where you go in and fight the 3 waves of bad guys. I would have liked something kind of like that, where you fight him down here and the dark powers start enhancing him or something, and you're just like, oh, he was it all along, but it's optional. I thought that would maybe been cool, but it wouldn't have quite fit with the, oh, sad, they're dead vibes. Oh well. We came, we saw. I mean, Victra herself was not threatening. Right? She's not Strahd. We didn't really need to blow her up with the heart. We could have just killed her, and Elise could have triggered the heart at any point. Like, honestly, the only reason we needed Elise was so that the servants would just give us a ride. That was it. I mean, we skipped the part where we have to break into the front door of the tower. And it doesn't address what happens to all the poor servants. The servants who were so happy to see her back, right? I mean, they say that, like, the survivors are, like, the ones with the most tragedy in something like this. All they know is their livelihood is gone. The person they liked is gone. The person who was paying them being gone. I don't know if they really cared that much about Victra. But, like, they definitely are going to miss Elise. Why am I running back when I can just teleport back? So, quick thoughts about the pack. Okay, me from the future. This got a little wordy, so I'm going to try to break down the rest of this pack a little more concisely. So this is a big, expensive pack. As of right now, you have to spend real money on it. You can't use DDO points on it. Not for another probably 6 months or so. So it's a pretty big investment if you want to get all of the stuff up front. So is it worth it? Well, there's a couple more aspects of it we haven't actually touched. Things to keep in mind. For one thing, if you buy the more expensive bundles, you get a relatively cool hireling. We haven't played with him very much, because I forgot to grab him before coming into Lamordia. But if you are interested in such things, the hireling for this pack is an alchemist. Here he is. He is a dagger thrower, so he's a ranged character, which is great. The ranged hirelings don't die nearly so fast. He's got multi-file, or the epic version has multi-file. The heroic version's got caustic solvent, which is it's still an attack, and glue bomb. I've heard the glue bomb doesn't exactly work right. But in any case, he's a ranged attacker. He's got some spell attacks. The glue bomb might be some crowd control. He has melt lock, so he can open doors and chests for you. And he has panacea, which... Hey, me, not you. It's a little bit of healing. He technically has heal spells built in there somewhere. The epic version can actually heal you. It has, I forget the exact spell, but it's a much better heal. It's still not as good as having a healer, but if you've only got one hireling, like if you're only ever going to buy one gold hireling, this guy, the epic version at least, can kind of do a little of everything, and it's kind of nice. I love hirelings, so I always buy them. Don't tell Standing Stone Games, but I will always buy them. Anyway, I wanted to point that out. That you get the heroic one for the middle tier, and the epic one is exclusive to the highest, most expensive tier. Gear-wise, this pack is a little weird. We didn't get any in our run, but most of the items here are blanks, actually. You get a item that might have a bonus or two on it, but then it's got a bunch of empty augment slots. So, I already put them away. Like, the few named things we got were some sun and moon augment slots. So if you look at the item, it'll say moon slot, sun slot. Those go in the same named slot. The items will also have melancholic, dolorous, other sad-sounding, depressive slot names. The way you get those augments is you come upstairs in the city hall and you craft them. This is almost identical to the Isle of Dread crafting. You just go get your crafting materials out of the quests. Heroic and epic are segregated, so you have to run the right level quest to get the right level ingredients. And then you come here and you just tell it which one you want. So if you have a melancholic slot on your weapon, like this one says augment type, Lamordia, melancholic weapon, there you go. You can get 2d6 cold damage and the cold iron material type. Right? And there's a whole bunch of options in here. Lots and lots and lots and lots. Some of them are actually kind of cool. My favorite one being... one of these has like a chance to add... I don't actually remember what it was. I like the ones that add a chance to do something on every spell cast, because I like to put that on my Warlock, because Eldritch Chain hits a bunch of dudes at once. But other than that, like, most of these are things we've seen before. It's like spell power bonuses, it's damage, it's plus to DCs. In my opinion, again, opinion, I don't like these crafting systems. Yes, you can make exactly the item you want, but it takes a lot of grinding, and you still have to do all the work of deciding which, like, how to put it all together. The gear Tetris that you normally do with named items and such, like, I don't have it on this character, but if you want to max out your gear, you kind of have to get just the right pieces together in order to get just the right bonuses in the right spots. It's a lot easier when you're crafting, right? Because every item that you craft like this is a wild card. You can put whatever you want on it. So you can start with a nice solid foundation of named items with a bunch of cool bonuses and stuff, and use this type of crafting to fill in the gaps. It makes life easier to get that last one or two item slots with just the exact bonuses you need on them. So, like, it has a purpose. As a primary source of items, I wouldn't go for it. I would start with something like Morgrave, Sharn, the other obvious, well, Feywild, somewhere with, like, good set bonuses and stuff that you can build and get a lot of bonuses really quick, and then fill in the gaps with the things you're missing by crafting using something like this. Again, I never get around to it, but it's there. The other big thing, the thing that to me is much, much, much more exciting, is when you finish the saga, heroic or legendary, you turn in your saga, which I already did on this character, because remember, I'm re-recording this bit. You get an item that you can, it's an option, the Dark Blessing. You take the Dark Blessing, and then you go back out into the wilderness. If you do the epic version of the saga, you can get the upgraded version. It'll say, I forget exactly what it's called, but it's effectively improved Dark Blessing, etc. You still need the heroic one. The heroic one, you're going to take it back out here into the wilderness, and we're going to ride for a little while, because we need to get back over to that statue that we found just a little bit north of... Ooh, that's tempting. I don't have any arrows. I want to fight the rare encounter. Please, sir, can I have some arrows? There we go. So, what's going to happen is you're going to go to that statue, and you're going to trade in your little blessing for a buff. It's a temporary feat. You can keep it the rest of your character's life. It does go away if you TR, like if you reincarnate. But you can then just earn it again. Like, as you're re-leveling up your character, come back to Lamortia, get another blessing, boop, turn it back in. So, at least as of level 8 or 9, all of these bonuses will be online, because you can get them during heroic as you run by. Each of these blessings has a bonus. Each of them also has a penalty. And they do not clearly spell out what the bonuses and penalties are. That is for I mean, it's supposed to be kind of a risk-reward kind of thing. Of course, this is the age of the internet, so of course we know almost exactly what they do. The only bits we don't truly know are the exact percentages of things that say there's a chance to do things. I'm just making sure there's not a bunch of random monsters still attacking. So this is the Shrine of the Mists. It is located just a little northeast of the Temple Pass, right? It's not a short walk, but it's not like egregious. And you can come out here in heroic, so it's not like you're ever in any danger. You just walk over here, you talk to the statue. So you want to claim a gift. So you can only have one at a time. If you want another one, you need to say, I reject your gift, to cleanse the one you have, then claim a new one. And if you've done the Legendary Saga, you can upgrade the one you already have, right? So if you want an upgraded Dark Gift, you need to do the Saga twice, one of which must be Legendary. So it makes the most sense to do it once Heroic, once Legendary, just as you level your character. The Dark Gifts are very interesting, and they warrant me just reading them all to you. Like, legitimately, this is a big part of this pack. There are 7 options. One of them gives you, it's called Echoing Soul. It gives you a big bonus to all skills for every, based on how many character levels you have. So it'll start at a +3, and then an additional 1 for every 2 character levels you have. So you're talking like about 20 extra ranks in all skills. All of them. It also gives you a similar bonus to saving throws, where you end up with 10, 12 extra saves to all 3 saves. It's really good. Imagine just +20 to like your lockpicking, your search, your disable. I mean, that is like an entire extra item's worth of bonus that stacks on top of the rest of your bonuses. Even just having a free 20 jump, 20 swim just to make swimming faster, 20 haggle. Like, there's a lot of like random little upsides to all of those skills that you don't really normally think about. And just having +20 to all of them is wow. The downside, when you get hit with a melee or ranged attack, there's a, quote, very small chance that your Echoing Soul will cause you to become afraid, blinded, or immobilized for 6 seconds. And all of the penalties on all of these, you can't just make yourself immune to it to get around it. So, blind immunity is not going to stop you from being blind for 6 seconds. This does not really bother me. 6 seconds of being afraid, you can still run. Blinded, you can still do everything other than see. And 6 seconds of immobilized, I don't know if that's like you're webbed and stuck in place, or if you're just literally like you can't walk, or if you're stunned. I don't know. But there's still, even if it's a full stun, that is a 1 in 3 chance out of your very small chance when you get hit, and it's only 6 seconds. And the upgrade, if you come back at Legendary and get the upgrade, is it drops that from 6 seconds to 3 seconds. 3 whole seconds of a penalty for having plus basically 20 to all skills. It's pretty good. Honestly, it's the one that I'm the most afraid of, because I'm concerned that it's power creepy enough that the devs will start putting new lock DCs higher, expecting all rogues and such to have this. Whereas what I would prefer is if they pretend this doesn't exist, so that newer rogues can grab this to help compensate for not having the best gear and stuff. And then the penalty to that being that they don't get to use one of the other 6. And then when they've got enough gear and they're strong enough, they can drop Echoing Soul, get one of the other 6 that actually makes their character a little stronger in another way, and still have their DCs. That's what I want to happen. Anyway, the next one, Form of Pain, you get +5 PRR and MRR, and then when you take damage, you get a stacking +2 more PRR and MRR. Stacks up to 10 times, so that is 1T of each plus the original 5, so 25 physical and magical resistance rating. But it also reduces your movement speed and increases your spell costs by 1% per stack. This feels like a big nothing burger, kind of both ways. I mean, 25 physical and magical resistance isn't nothing, but it's not like, oh god, this is the greatest thing ever. It makes number go higher in a kind of not exciting way. But it also doesn't really hurt you. If you're a tank, you don't really care about your movement speed because usually you're standing in front of the boss using Intimidate. A very mobile raid, yeah, maybe that's a bad thing. Maybe you need to be able to run back and forth between 2 bosses. But generally, this seems like it's mostly all upside. The increased spell cost by 1% as you go is almost irrelevant to the classes that would want to be sitting there taking damage. And then the upgrade is you get an additional 10 physical and magical resistance to bring it up to a maximum of 35 once you have full stacks. And 1 stack comes off every 3 seconds, but of course you build it back up as you get hit. Living Shadow is probably my favorite. Your shadow extends your reach, so your weapon reach is just straight up longer. Like, my monk punches twice as far away from his body now, which is so wonderful because I got so tired of having to basically, like, be close enough to just bite the guy before my punches would register hitting. So I very much like being able to actually hit things from a distance. And I only imagine it's even crazier if you're using like a great axe or something. You can hit from a long way away. So that one's pretty cool. The penalty is a small chance that when you critical hit, you actually reduce your own damage by 15% for 6 seconds. Which sucks, but it's like, the thing you're hitting is probably going to die anyway. It's 6 seconds. It's not a big penalty. And frankly, the damage that you are losing, I would say there's a good chance that the damage you get to do because you're hitting is way more than the 15% you lose. Because, like, especially on my monk, I keep getting, like, knocked back just far enough that my weapon doesn't reach anymore. And there's 2 or 3 seconds where I have to reposition to actually start connecting again. All those lost attacks, like, because if you don't touch, you don't do damage. Those lost attacks, I think, are a bigger deal than the occasional 15% debuff for 6 seconds at a time. The buff for that one's kind of bad. It raises your dodge by 15% during that 6 seconds to help, like, give you something, but it doesn't raise the dodge cap. So you're probably going to actually gain 0% dodge from this unless you have a dodge cap, unless you're not maxed out on your dodge cap already, in which case it'll just fill up what you've got, which is probably not much. 3% maybe, I would say, if you didn't build for it. Minion of the Eldritch is literally the one of the two with, like, the smallest downside. It gives you a clicky where you can give yourself a whole bunch of spell power and spell critical damage for 12 seconds with a 2-minute cooldown, which is basically Wellspring of Power, but you get it at level 8. Obviously, it's not as powerful at level 8. So you just wait until it's boss time and you click it, right? The downside is that there's a chance that it does the opposite. So most of the time, it's going to give you a buff. Once in a while, it's actually going to dramatically reduce your spell power and spell crit damage. But it's still, like, it only does it once in a while. So it's like, alright, maybe every 20 raids you accidentally do less damage than you thought. That's fine. Because most of the time you're doing more. And the downside is only when you use the button. So there is no, oops, you took damage, time to be blinded for 6 seconds, and you go, I forgot about that again. Nope, it's only when you push the button. The upgrade makes it so that the debuff only lasts 12 seconds. So it was 30 seconds when it goes bad, now it's only 12 seconds. It's an 18-second reduction, that's pretty good, and 5 extra universal spell power. So, kind of all upside, honestly. Even if you never, ever touch the button, it's still just 5 free universal spell power with 0 drawback. The next one is another one that's basically no drawback. It's one of those dashes. You just do the big jump like a monk or a favorite soul. It's exactly that ability. And it gives you a little bonus to reflex saves and 20% incorporality for like 3 seconds or something after you finish the jump. Only really relevant if you're using it to get out of a pack of monsters. Most of the time you use it for platforming, though. You're using it to make a literal jump. So, when you activate it, the downside is when you activate it, there's a small chance you're exhausted for 6 seconds, giving a minus 50% penalty to movement speed, minus 6 strength, dex, can't tumble. Big deal. I mean, I say that sarcastically. It's not a big deal. Most of the time you're using this for platforming. So who cares that you're exhausted for 6 seconds? You made a jump your character couldn't normally make. It's like you're just getting it for free. Like you can do that now at basically no downside. And then the upgrade is that the reflex save and incorporality buff last for 6 seconds instead of the presumably 3 that they did before. Again, not a big deal. I wouldn't even bother getting the enhanced one if this is the one you want. Just get the heroic one. It's not worth upgrading. But this is a big contender for every character class. Even if you hate every other option, you should consider getting this. Because there's no passive downside, right? You just have it. You just have it forever. It's there. The downside is only if you push the button. And there's only a chance there's a downside anyway. And it just gives you a free thing. Every single one of your characters can come run this pack and at least walk away with the ability to do the missed jump, like super jump thing like Monk does. At minimum. At minimum, every single one of your characters can just add that to their arsenal by just playing each of these quests once. That's a really good deal. Touch of Death. This is your one that only really Pale Master types would want. It gives you a whole boatload of negative spell power. Looks like a 3 per character level, so you're like, that's almost 100 extra spell power. But it reduces you by, instead of +3 negative per character level, it gives you -5 positive per character level. This also affects your negative and positive healing amplification. So really, really great if you're running around full-time undead, but it basically makes you unhealable, which you don't really care about if you're undead, because you're healing yourself most of the time anyway. So, I think that's great. If you're the right character class for that, it's like slam dunk, right? And the enhanced one is it just adds death block in addition to everything else. It's like, alright, I just don't have to worry about having death block. Which I don't think I ever worried about on my undead characters, because I thought most of them came with death block built in, but yeah, I could be wrong about that. And then the last one is your offensive spells, melee, and ranged attacks occasionally cause webs to coat your enemies, either slowing them or entangling them for up to 6 seconds with no save. This one is also very interesting to me, because if you're a ranged character, like, just that extra chance of just, oh, by the way, that guy got webbed after you shot him. It's like, awesome. That's actually what I took on our archer here. I doubt that it's going to pop for me on demand, but all I have to do is just shoot. Nah, it's not going to pop for me. I wanted it to just happen, but all you have to do is take the feat, and when you shoot an enemy, there's a chance it's just webbed in place, which is great for an archer. Maybe even just spellcaster in general, because it is like just a free web, right? And the cost is the same as most of the other ones. You have a chance of, if you get hit, come on, there's a small chance that you get webbed for a couple seconds instead. That's it. Really hoping, come on, show me a web. I probably have to hit something that doesn't die in 2 or 3 hits before it actually matters. But again, anything with a high rate of fire, like, man, if you were a inquisitive with the dual crossbows and you just like high rate of fire, I'm probably gonna try to get it on like the warlock, because it's just free webs attached to every spell cast. It sounds good to me. I'm definitely trying this one out. Your bonus for the epic version is you are now immune to webs except for your own, and the debuff is only 4 seconds instead of 6 when you accidentally web yourself. That's all. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with those dark gifts. The dark gifts are probably what pushes this pack over the top for me, because I don't really like the loot. I don't like crafting. I don't like grinding to perfect an item, because it gets very old. But I will absolutely run each of my characters through here at least once, just to grab a dark gift. And the patron bonus, running everything on hard mode is going to give you 5% fortification bypass, which means that your crits go through even if they have armor 5% more of the time, which is a great just passive favor bonus. The second one is just HP, I think. It's like, alright, 5 HP is 5 HP. But it's the first bonus. It's fort bypass. Like, yes, please. So yeah, very easily a pack that I'm going to run all of my characters through every life. They're just, I'm going to go back and run all my characters through it right now, just to get them their first dark gift. I'm going to tell my friends to come and get a dark gift. Like, that is the thing, in my opinion, that really pushes this pack. Is it a little bit of power creep? Probably, because, like, there's no reason not to get at least one gift. Even if you don't want to push it and get one of the ones that hurts you sometimes. They're all really good, and they just add to your character. It's just an extra thing your character can do that it could not do before. For playing the quests. It's always in the saga reward. So there's not really any reason not to get them if you have the pack. Anyway, I have talked about this enough, especially because it's the second time. I've told you all we've got. We finished off our story. I liked the story here. I would have liked it to make a little bit more sense why Victra learning about the heart is what caused the winter. Like, the idea was that the heart itself, like to power it, it literally drained the heat from the land. Like that's just the sheer amount of power it required to run. But if that's the case, why did the blizzard start as soon as Victra learned about that? It should have been when Victra built it or modified the broken type one she had. Like, until it was complete, it shouldn't have been drawing power. So, I'm not really sure on the timeline there, but that's the general idea. She made a deal to get the knowledge for the heart, built the heart, everything goes to crap because of the winters. And now that we have defeated that, supposedly the sun will come out again, although I think I chose the wrong time of day to try to show that off. Yeah, but in short, if you can afford it, I am quite pleased with my purchase. This is one I'll definitely run my characters through every life. This is one that I will poke my friends and be like, hey, come play this with me. You know, come do this. It'll give you cool bonuses. It's the kind of thing that's going to get them excited to come back and play with me, I think. The dark bonuses are a neat thing. But yeah, I mean, this is the biggest downside to this pack, being that you have to use real money on it because it's not available in the store yet. But that's what we get with these big expansions. You know, just wait until around winter time, and it'll pop into the regular DDO store. So I'm gonna get out of here for the second time now. Yeah, I give this pack I give it a good thumbs up. And I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go now. I'm tired. It's been a long day. Thank you for watching. I hope this was helpful, and I'll see you the next time they release new content. Bye! By the way, I still have no idea how you leave Lamortia unless you can teleport, so if you know where the freaking exit is, let me know. It's on theme, but seriously, where's the exit?